Okay, I've got audio now. If I can get video.
James, that's you?
That's me.
What?
Kim.
Hey, I'm trying to figure. Says I'm talking. Let me get my video turned. Oh, there we go. Start video. There we go. Don't you love it? Good morning, Aurelia. I want you to know when they first sent me your bio, Jennifer sent it to me last night. It was 104 pages.
No.
No, and I sent that back. I
said that I was an RM for all these years.
I said Jennifer, this is 104
I've been a nurse
in
in Tuscaloosa.
She said it again. It was okay. But I'm like, oh my goodness, 104 pages.
No, I did that summarize and just say that we've known each other for a while.
But that was so funny. Hey, Miss Marta.
Hello, Miss Kim. Hello, hermana.
Ay, comadre, ¿cómo está usted?
Estoy bien, gracias. ¿Y usted qué tal?
Muy gracias. It's good to see you.
Nice
Come on,
to see
Kim,
you.
you can speak Spanish.
Excuse me?
I said I was talking to Kim that she can speak Spanish.
Y'all just carry on. Just carry on.
Yeah, Kim, we're going to make her speak Spanish.
Yeah, I need to. I need to. I took 2
No, the
years.
Spanish I know is De Los Reyes.
Should know a little. Yeah, y'all doing well today?
Yeah.
Fine, thank you.
Good. Oh, there's Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer. You're muted, girl. You muted.
Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thanking you, Jennifer.
It's good to see you.
Nice seeing you too.
Did you get some rest, Jennifer?
I did. I had to one C-section in the middle of the night, so that wasn't too bad.
Oh God.
Yeah.
But I didn't admit it.
Good. You
That's
can
it.
announce them that I am going. They're supposed to receive their gift card tonight.
There's Jill.
Okay.
It's
I'm
Jill.
here.
Hey,
Hey,
Jill.
Jill. Hey, Jill.
Hi.
Well, look at her scenery.
I'm
Jill.
fine, thank you. And yourself?
Pretty
You
good.
doing well?
Mhm.
Thank you.
She's got beautiful scenery behind her.
Yes.
Yeah, Jill always does. Her son set her up really good.
Yeah.
So Amelia and Abby, I see y'all on here. I was going to tell you real quick, and we could do it either way. April called me this morning on my way out the door from the hospital and said that she did set up today to where everyone could share their own screen and do their own presentation. So if that's something y'all rather do, I have your stuff already pulled up. If you want me to do it, or if you want to do it, it's fine with me too. And I can just do like the 5-minute reminder if that helps y'all.
Just do it.
I think it'd be easier for me to do mine because I have so many slides.
Okay.
But let me get it pulled up because I did not, since I thought you were going to be doing it.
It's
And
okay.
that's okay.
If
Yeah.
not, I've got yours, so don't worry about it.
Okay. Awesome. Let me
And
do that.
Amelia, you said you want me to drive yours for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So there will be no interruption.
Okay. And let's see here. We've got
Royce Roby. Royce, would you unmute yourself so I can see you?
I was trying to find where to join this meeting, but I think I found it.
Okay, yeah, it's in an email. I think it, I typed in ASNA in my search box and it was the first or second.
Yeah, I got to thinking, how did that come to us? But I think mine was
No,
actually
and
from
my
April
email.
Bishop.
You know, once you
Okay.
signed
Oh,
up,
yeah.
they sent you a link.
Okay, I think, yeah, I got it. All right, thanks.
is Lisa or Brenda on here yet? I don't think so. Okay. All right, no problem. I was going to give them the option too, but they may wait till it's their time to hop on, and that's fine. I'll just drive theirs for them.
Can you give me access on the share screen feature at the bottom? It says host is disabled.
Okay.
And if you're listed as a host, it should let you give it.
Yeah, that's what she said she set me up as. Let's see here. Let me find you.
There's Marcia. I see you twice in 2 days. You're muted, Marcia.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Hey,
Good
hi,
morning.
Marcia.
Morning.
Good morning.
Abby, where at on there? Should it show that? Let me pull it.
When you go
At the
down
bottom.
to
The
the
bottom.
bottom where it says share screen, there should be what looks like a little caret or arrow, and you can click on it to the right, typically.
And multiple
And
participants.
it says
Beside chat.
multiple participants.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. How's that?
Hey, Marcia, I have
That
a
works
question
perfectly.
for you. Did you ever get involved doing ACE Insight visits or anything? Okay, there's somebody's stuff.
Hey, Kim, I did not. I thought about it.
You ought to still. I did 3 this spring. They were all virtual, but we're going back live in the fall.
Okay.
I'm going
Abby,
to
I'm
San Jose and I'm going somewhere in Wichita. So,
Okay.
Abby,
Well,
I'm
I've
gonna
done,
pull mine up
some
real quick
tax
and then
visits,
you
but
can
yeah,
pull yours up,
I
okay?
would like to do that.
yeah, well, I still, I mean, I can't necessarily bring it back and do anything different at Shelton, but I learned something every trip. In the spring, I did 2 that were New York schools, which was kind of good because they kind of have some of the same stuff going on with both schools because it's kind of a state thing. And then I did 1 in Massachusetts.
Oh, wow.
They offered me Hawaii last year and I turned it down because of my husband's health. And anyway, so I didn't go to Hawaii, but maybe somewhere down the line I'll get offered Hawaii again.
Oh, yeah. No, I really would like to do that, though.
You want me to put your name in as a recommendation? Let them reach out to you?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, I will do that. I'll do
Thanks,
that.
Kim.
Sure. I think you'd be good at it. And I mean, I always think it's such a good learning experience.
Right. No, I would love it.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we can go ahead and get started. We still have quite a few that haven't joined, but they'll probably be popping in. So I'll go ahead and just briefly kind of do a quick little introduction to our program. First of all, thank you. Thank you to everybody that helped us put this together. And I really appreciate you guys. And thank you all for joining. We have quite a bit that have signed up for this event. And then we also had, I counted last night, we have several students that signed up as well too. So I'm really excited about that, to have the students join us too as well. Just real quickly on the screen here, you see what the schedule is for the day. We won't do your traditional breaks just because it's virtual and you guys can kind of, take your breaks, and we'll just kind of smoothly go through this. Hopefully it'll be smooth anyway, but we will just move on and hopefully be able to wrap things up. We want, if we have time for questions at the end of each presentation, we will allow guys to ask those questions. But if not, I went ahead and put in the chat all the speakers' emails so that you guys can email them individually for questions if you don't mind. And again, welcome. We appreciate your support. We're striving to grow and to reach out to all of our nurses in our district. This coming fall, we plan on doing another CE event. Hopefully we will have topics that will touch the specialties of women's and infant, and pediatrics. So that's we're really excited about that. That's something new that we're doing this year. So spread the word and be looking for the date. Like I said, it'll be sometime this fall. We haven't really decided just yet. We wanted to kind of get through this one first. And don't forget to mute your self if you're not speaking, just so there won't be any distractions and any interference. And then after the event, you're going to get an email that's going to have the evaluation and probably one other form for you guys to fill out. And then you'll email it. They'll have instructions and you'll email it back to that person that's going to be in there. Hold on, let me admit some more people real quick so they won't miss this information. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. And so anyway, so that the lady's going to take care of submitting your information to the board as well too. And then you'll get your certificate once you fill out those evaluations. And then just a friendly reminder, we have a few shirts left. They're in either blue or gray. And we have large or extra large. They're $20 each. And this money goes towards our nursing scholarship fund that we give out every year. So if you guys want a t-shirt, email me and I can send you the payment link and then I'll get them to you. We've got a couple already sold. So we just got a few more left. If anybody is interested, let me know and I'll be glad to get that to you. And these are our winners for the door prizes. We had 10. So you should be getting your, check your emails tonight or by tonight. You should be getting your information through that. So congratulations. These were chosen for the first people that signed up, that registered for our event. So we appreciate you and appreciate your support. All right. So our first speaker this morning is Abby Horton. She has 11 years of experience, and that includes med surg, where she took care of orthopedic, neurology, urology patients. She also has experience in nursing education, which is what she's currently doing. She's a full-time instructor at the University of Alabama Capstone of College of Nursing. Abby further advanced her education and received her master's of nursing in case management and is finishing up her studies this year to receive her doctorate in nursing and education in instructional leadership for nurse educators. She's received several grants and has 2 publications. Abby is a recipient of many awards and honors and plays a valuable role as a mentor. So please welcome Abby.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate the invitation to speak today. Let me get my screen pulled up and we'll get started. All right, can y'all see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we're going to talk today about supporting our mental health amid COVID-19. And I think this is an important presentation, not only for us to be able to support our own mental health, but for those of us who you might be, retired and working in, local organizations, or you might be an important part of your family, your family leadership, or you might be teaching students or still taking care of patients. And so it's not just about learning how to take care of our own mental health, because we probably are pretty experienced with that, but it's also about being able to help others take care of their mental health and just supporting each other during what's been a really unusual time. So my name is Abby Horton, and I am a registered nurse, and I have a certified health and life coaching certificate, and I work in that role here at the University of Alabama as well. And I'm excited to say, since so many of you all are friends, that I'm 15 days away from defending my final dissertation for my doctorate. So that's really exciting. That's been a few years in the making. So excited to continue this work. I just want to start out with talking about, our goals. And our goal really, when we think about mental health and we think about stress and coping, is to control what we can control. So oftentimes we focus on the things, and myself included, we focus on the things that we really can't control. And if we think about our goal being the elimination of all stress, which is what we talk about sometimes, the way we talk about stress, it is almost as if we shouldn't have any stress, right? And so our goal really isn't to eliminate the stress, it's really to control our response to the stressors in our lives. And so I put this graphic together to kind of remind us, don't worry about the things you can't control, focus on what you can. Those are things like your attitude, your actions, your behaviors, who you follow on social media, more importantly, probably who you unfollow on social media, the things that you're tuning into, the healthy boundaries that you set, how you react and respond, and really how you think and talk about yourself. And so this last one is my favorite kind of diagram. It's a Venn diagram, and I love this because it really emphasizes the things that matter versus the things that you can control. And where those meet in the middle is really where we should focus our time and attention, because there are a lot of things in life that we can control that in the grand scheme really don't matter. And then there's a lot of things that do matter that we really don't have a lot of control over. And so if we can focus on the things where they overlap, it's meaningful, it matters to us, and we also can have some control, that's where we can really start to get our power back. So when I talk about mental health, I always like to, give this checklist, according to Psychology Today. These are some things that you want to look for when you're feeling, like you may be struggling with a mental health challenge like anxiety or depression or a lot of stress in your life. If you're feeling overly sad and angry and overwhelmed, you're just not yourself. Your coping mechanisms aren't helping like they have in the past, or you've had a significant trauma or loss. Those are all things that are really applicable, particularly during a pandemic, to think about. And so those may be some signs that you might want to get help. And these are good ones to relay to your students or family or friends when you talk to them about their mental health. And then I listed some resources here on how to seek help. Obviously it's important to ask for help as soon as you know that you need it, and to reach out to your healthcare provider, contact a trusted friend, or use trusted resources. And so I've listed some resources here for you. And I think that's just always an important thing to think about when we are talking to people out in the community. They may not have the access and resources that we have as nurses. So we're going to talk about the impact of COVID-19 first, talk about mental health second, and then talk about coping and stress management techniques kind of to wrap up at the end. And so I think it's so important that we try to maintain normalcy. Obviously, we hope that we're on the end of the pandemic. We hope that we're almost to the finish line when it comes to all of the restrictions and all of the kind of routine issues that we've had. We think about this pandemic, and now with the vaccines being available, we hope that we're going to return to some semblance of normalcy soon. But I think it's important that we cultivate self-awareness, that we control what we can control, like I mentioned, that we take care of our physical and mental health needs, make that a priority for ourselves. We practice mindfulness, and we focus on, our body, and really being present in the moment. And that looks like focusing on our breathing, making sure we're getting plenty of sleep and rest and that sort of thing. So there's some tips to maintain normalcy that I've linked here, and I'm happy to share the presentation so that you can use these links and resources. But maintaining normalcy is important, and it's still applicable because right now, with the world opening back up, and the latest news on some of our vaccines and some of those challenges we're having with vaccine administration, I think it's important to remember that everyone is going to kind of ease back into their typical routines with different expectations and boundaries. And so we're going to still have some adjustment period. So cultivating calm, I think this is important when we acknowledge our feelings and know that it's okay to feel anxious, and really normalize the conversation with our friends and family, our patients and our students. Staying informed is important, but taking breaks from the news, because we can really become overwhelmed with all the information that's out there today. And then really offsetting our stress with things that make us feel good, stress relieving activities, calming activities. That might be listening to music, that might be taking a drive, that might be going out to dinner, with a family member or friend. That might be a lot of different things for all of us on the call, but there's probably one or two things that we've not been doing as much of lately that we may want to add back in. And so remaining hopeful and optimistic is really a hallmark of being resilient and having grit. And so we know resilience helps protect and buffer against mental health challenges. And so remaining hopeful and optimistic is a really important component to maintaining our mental health. And then planning and preparing for the unexpected. Our brains really default to safety mode. And so when we don't know what to expect, when we're feeling overwhelmed, we can really start to become anxious, and we can start to have mental health challenges. And so if we can prepare our brains and we can give our brain some structure and know what to expect, then we will see the benefit of that in not being as stressed. So, planning for your meals, having medications on hand if you take medications daily, making sure that you have your household kind of in order, that your environment's organized, those are all important things to make ourselves have a sense of safety and a sense of calm. And then as the world's opening back up, making sure that we're giving ourselves and others a lot of grace, because, everyone is going to have different expectations and, fears and worries about, do we mask? Do we not mask? Do we go to the birthday party? Do we not? Do we, have dinner with that friend? Do we get the vaccine? If so, which one? And so there's lots of things that we're going to have to be processing and thinking about in the months ahead. And so we still need to give ourselves and others a lot of grace. And then having open conversations and setting healthy boundaries is really a very important conversation to have, because again, with social events, church functions, community events, work events, your vaccine status, and just other important things that may, come up for you because we're in this kind of, pandemic, post-pandemic world. What do we need to do to set those healthy boundaries, and what are we comfortable with? Staying connected is so important. I think we've really done a good job of that this past year with technology, but sometimes that can mean that we feel over-connected in ways that, we're not really designed for. We're really meant to be in community and connection in person, and virtual, is a great way to stay in touch, but it also can still feel really distant for people. And there's still people who don't have access to, reliable internet connection and things like that. So instead of saying physical distancing, I really think about social distancing. It's that we use those words interchangeably, but really we're saying that we're, physically distancing ourselves instead of socially distancing, because we can still stay socially connected. So, FaceTime and calls and old-fashioned cards and letters being mailed, and, using social media really intentionally so that we're not on it all the time, but, really utilizing the free resources that have come out this past year. And then thinking about how to celebrate traditions in new and fun ways, or holidays in new and fun ways that keep everyone safe and still allow us to stay connected to friends and family. I think that's so important. Checking on your neighbors, checking on your strong friends that sometimes are the ones checking on you. I think those are all really important things. And just being visible out in your community is important, because you can still maintain that social connection without, having to, risk possible exposures here in this pandemic atmosphere. So some coping strategies that, I like to talk about, really, this could just be a menu. So treat these like a menu for you to just, do I need to listen to music? Do I need to get outside? Do I need to kind of participate in my hobby again? These are all things that you could just use as a menu to choose. Today, what is it that I need to help me cope with the stress that I'm feeling, or with the mental health challenges that I may be managing? And so these are some fun ones. Another list, I think, gratitude journaling, meditation, really thinking about reframing our, negative thoughts or experiences when we have those, unplugging to, really rejuvenate and reconnect are important things to try. And then just moving your body. Our bodies are designed to move. And a lot of times we get into these really sedentary lives and schedules, and, we sit at desk a lot, or we're on Zoom a lot. And so we can really forget how much we haven't moved or how much water we haven't had that day. And if we don't take care of our bodies, we can have a physiological induced, kind of stress experience just because we're not taking care of ourselves well. So this is your permission slip to really put yourself first, to put your health first, to say no, to really cultivate your best yeses. I'm really someone who has to think about that, because I like to say yes. That's something that I enjoy doing. I like to be able to help people. But, we have to always kind of have boundaries around that too, to remember that it's okay to ask for help. I always tell my nursing students, nurses like to achieve, they like to help, they like to be yes people. And so we have to really remind ourselves that it's okay for us to slow down, it's okay for us to say no, and it's okay for us to actually ask for help too, because we certainly do need it, and we support a lot of people. And so putting ourselves first, it's that oxygen mask we always talk about, it's still so important today. And then carving out time for things that make us feel good, that make us feel happy. Those are things that are important too. You know, we're experiencing a lot of burnout and compassion fatigue and empathy fatigue right now. And I would say that it's so important that we take time for ourselves to take care of our bodies really well, to make time for fun outside of our other obligations, whether it's work or something else. Because, you know, with burnout that we're experiencing today in nursing and in healthcare in general, you know, bath bombs and chocolate are not the remedy or the solution for that. It's really advocating for, you know, improved working conditions. It's, you know, making time for ourselves. It's scheduling time to have off days and to really get the rest and the sleep that we need. It's fueling our body well. It's all of those things we know to do. And bath bombs and chocolate are important, but they're not going to prevent us from getting burnout. So we know that the World Health Organization talks a lot about health, and ever since 1947, they've said that health is not simply the absence of disease. And that's so important today when we think about mental health and we think about physical health, because we know that 1 in 4 or 1 in 5, you know, adults in the US experience some type of mental health condition or mental health illness. And then 1 in 25 actually have a more serious mental health illness. And so the 1 in 5 is going to be things like depression, anxiety. It might be, you know, something more like PTSD. 1 in 25 of those serious mental health conditions, those are going to be things like bipolar disorder or personality disorders, or things that are more severe, schizophrenia, those types of things. And so we know a lot of people in this statistic then that are experiencing mental health challenges but may never say anything to us. And it's really because we have to normalize that conversation and end the stigma around mental health. So these are some common mental health conditions that we see. And certainly we know that depression, anxiety, stress, and substance abuse have been at the forefront of the pandemic this past year. And I also would mention grief. You know, we don't think about that in relation to mental health sometimes. And certainly we don't think about it as a diagnosis often, but grief or anticipatory grief can really play a role. And it's not just grief about losing someone, but we can have grief over losing our sense of normalcy. We can have grief over, you know, not being able to celebrate milestones or family events. And that's so important to the conversation because grief does take a toll on our body. So I wanted to mention those here. And then we know that mental health factors really play a role. So, you know, we have things like hereditary factors, environmental or situational events. Certainly, this pandemic would be considered a situational influence. We've got physical factors, so we could have neurotransmitter depletion, or we could have some other type of, you know, physical factor there. And then our traumatic experiences. And a lot of people are saying when they think about the pandemic in the mental health realm is really that this is a collective traumatic experience that we're all going through together, and the effects of which are all very different depending on your individual situation. And so I think that's important to note. So we know that mental health care can come in a variety of settings, you know, from psychiatrists and psychologists to mental health counselors and therapists doing cognitive behavioral therapy to coaches doing health and life coaching. And so this past year, I've been doing a lot of health and life coaching through the University of Alabama Well-Bama program. And I have noticed that a lot of people need support holistically, not just with their mental health, but also with their physical health. Many people are struggling. You know, people, you know, talk about the pandemic pounds, and on average, people have gained 29 pounds over the past year. And a lot of it has to do with access to easy snacks and things at home, but some of it's emotional eating. Emotional eating is one of the things that we usually turn to when we're feeling stressed. And so we know that there's a lot of work to do in the area of mental health. And so access is another important part of the conversation, because we know that there is a profound shortage of clinicians, not just psychiatrists, but also therapists, particularly therapists who work in niche areas like eating disorders or pediatric care. We know that if you're a minor, particularly in underserved or rural areas, there are going to be a lot of challenges to access for care. So we know that we need to bridge that gap in some way. And that is where platforms like Zoom and other secure networks can really help give us access to patients who might not normally be able to travel, or might not have someone who's in their area to provide mental health. So it's estimated that 111 million people are living in an area that has a mental health professional shortage. So creating awareness is so important. When we think about mental health stigma, we know that we probably also contribute to that by not having the conversations. And so when we think about challenging negative beliefs about our mental health and its treatment, that's so important for us to model that professionally as nurses, that we, really promote seeking immediate medical care for people who have mental health challenges, that we ourselves pursue a positive mindset and help cultivate that in others, that we have our own wellness plan for the times where we know we're going to be challenged. If it's a particularly busy season of your life. For me, it's a particularly busy season because it's the end of the semester, it's the end of the academic year. And so for me, I know that April is a time where I have to be very intentional about rest and about saying yeses and nos with a lot of intention, and time blocking my day and building in time for extra rest. And so know your busy seasons and know when you need to do a little extra to make sure that you're feeling good and supported. And then practicing self-care and stress management, like I said, is important, but it goes beyond just, having treats. It really looks at your lifestyle and your mindset, because those are going to be the things that are important to sustain your mental well-being. So the role of stress. I know that y'all know all about stress, both probably from life experience, but certainly professionally. But I always like to go over this because sometimes we need a reminder of what we already know. And so stress, I think, is really just the mental and physical result of a lack of tools or a lack of enough coping mechanisms sometimes to actually deal with the demands and pressures of a situation. And so it's really about being overwhelmed and not having the resources or support to really navigate situations. That's when I think we see the mental and physical effects of stress. And so we know what stress is. Y'all certainly know what this is. We often think of the fight or flight mode. We think of the analogy of a person during prehistoric days being chased by a saber-toothed tiger. That's how we all learned about stress and coping, I think. And I think that's important, but sometimes when we only give that example, we think that we only really respond with a fight or flight response to stress. And there are about 12 other common reactions to stress. And I didn't list all of those here, but one that I want to note is freeze. So they tried to make all of them start with F. It was a very clever way of helping us remember, the stress responses. But freeze is the one I like to talk about because it's the one I see most often in people beyond the fight and the flight. And so when we face a stressor, whether it's a saber-toothed tiger, whether it's my students taking an exam that's stressful, or whether it's something that we're facing ourselves, maybe it's, caregiving or parenting during a pandemic, we sometimes freeze. And so, we can, with the tiger example, we can fight that tiger, we can face it head on, and we can address the stress. Or we can flight, we can flee, and we can run away, right? We can kind of ignore the stress. It's kind of like the bed covers come up over our heads and we pretend that we're not stressed. But I would say a lot of us actually freeze. And this is a common response for me that I recognize, and I recognize it a lot in my patients and in my students. And so it's when we're faced with a stress, instead of running away or facing it, we actually just feel paralyzed. We feel frozen, we feel stuck. We say that we feel overwhelmed and we just don't quite know what to do. And so I would say we have to really approach the freeze response to stress in a different way. And so I'll talk about that more. So we like to moralize things with our language. We say things are good, we say things are bad. It's just kind of automatic. We really have to think about not saying that. I have to think about not saying it. We moralize our food choices. We moralize whether, stress is good or bad. And what I would say is I'd really like for us to start, instead of using those words, thinking about stress as being neutral or thinking about it as being necessary, because we know moderate levels of stress are needed to improve our performance and our efficiency. And we know if we get, to a point where we're not stressed, we sometimes can be bored, that can happen sometimes. And then we know that on the other hand, if we have too much stress, that we can really get to an unproductive level of anxiety or stress levels, and that's not helpful either. So we need a moderate level of stress for most people. And we really need to normalize talking about stress. We need to recognize when we are feeling stressed or overwhelmed, where our capacity is just at its max. And we need to have those hard conversations, not only with others, but with ourselves, and think about how we can start to think about stress as being neutral and thinking about it as being necessary. Because again, the stress response is something that is going to be a part of our lives. And if we think that the goal is to have zero stress, which is how we talk about stress, then we're always going to feel a little stressed out by that. I shouldn't feel stressed, and we do that should or shouldn't, conversation. And we know that that's just not realistic. If you are engaging with life, if you are living and breathing, you are going to encounter stress most likely every day. So we know negative effects of stress can be physical or emotional. And I just wanted to list these here. Obviously, we think about the emotional side effects of stress, but we sometimes forget the physical effects. And when we have a cortisol release, when we have a stress response, that hormonal cascade, it's going to make it difficult for us to maintain the weight that we want. It's going to make it difficult for us to be motivated to exercise. We might have, thyroid or endocrine symptoms. We might have cardiac symptoms like heart palpitations, and then certainly we can have high blood pressure. So those are all things that we really need to focus in on, because sometimes the underlying reason for our physical health problems are really that we're not managing our stress. And so then with that, it's important to actually identify what our stressors are. For every one of us who's on the call today, there are going to be different stressors and different triggers for us. And so knowing the things, the situations, the activities, the relationships that are really causing us stress is important. And then looking at the categories of stress, seeing where those fall into place in our lives. Is work stressful for you right now? Is it family or parenting or caregiving or relationships? Those are common stressors for all of us. It could be finances. It could be work-life balance. It could be that we're going back to school. It could be that we're having health challenges or we're fearful about COVID. Maybe it's grief or loss that we're, kind of trying to manage in this, situation. It could be your living environment, your situation. It could be legal issues, or it could just be the, kind of the effects of COVID-19 in general. Or most likely, it's a combination of a lot of those. And so when we think about identifying our individual stressors, it's so important that we also look at our triggers. And so if you think about a trigger, I often give the example of dinner time. As a mom with young kids, dinner time can be very stressful in our household. And so if I know that it's 5 o'clock and that's a stressful time of, getting home from work, trying to get dinner on the table. I have, several young kids, so not everyone is going to be happy about what we choose to eat for dinner that night. Oftentimes 5 o'clock is when you're getting phone calls or, the doorbell's ringing with package deliveries, the dog might be barking, a kid might be dropping something on the floor. There can be lots of different things, right? So the dinner time hour could be the stressor. But the triggers could be that doorbell and the dog barking at the same time, or it could be the kid dropping the plate, or it could be a kid crying because they didn't want something, or maybe it's the food burning on the stove. Those could be the actual triggers that we actually have around the mealtime hour. And so if we can start to eliminate some of those triggers, right? Maybe we turn the phones off at that hour. Maybe we let the dog outside in the backyard while we're cooking dinner. Those kind of things. Maybe we put a sign on the door that says, please don't ring the doorbell. Whatever it is, trying to eliminate or avoid or minimize the triggers can be really helpful. But knowing what those are is the first step to awareness. So writing those things down. So I would really encourage you right now, or maybe later today, write down your top 3 to 5 stressors and your top 3 to 5 triggers for each of those stressors, and start to really try to think about how you can avoid or limit those. And then think about how you want to act when you are triggered. And I think that's the most important step once you're aware of this activity, is because there inevitably are going to be things that you can't control, like we mentioned, and you're not always going to be able to control the triggers, or you're avoiding them or limiting them. And so think about how it is that you want to act. And for me, I wanted to be a really present mom and not one that was, stressed or anxious or, raising their voice because, you're trying to get kids' attention or whatever it is, right? And so in that example, I have to kind of think about, okay, how am I going to respond when that plate drops on the floor? How am I going to respond when, the doorbell rings and the dog starts barking and the, food is burning on the stove? How am I going to respond? Am I going to remain calm? Am I going to count to 10? Am I going to ask the kids to sit down? Am I going to ask them to put the dog outside? Am I going to go to the door? How am I going to think about that? So walk through that whole scenario, imagining yourself, doing the things that make you feel good, responding really well to that stress. And then you'll see that the more you practice those kind of common scenarios, you're going to see yourself change. Instead of, yelling or getting frustrated or whatever your typical response is, you're going to see yourself start to show up as your best self because you've already thought about intentionally, how do I want to respond to this? And so if you can't avoid it, then start thinking about those steps. And then after the stressor is over, go ahead and do some of that self-care and stress management strategies that might help you cope, or it might help you actually recover from that stressful experience. It's also important to have a good care plan and a support team. We have the perfect model as nurses. The nursing process gives us a wonderful framework for how to approach any problem. So when we use ADPI, in our nursing care plans, we can apply that same acronym and process to almost any problem we have in our lives. And so I think it's important that we think about that. Maybe we need our own care plan. And so when you think about, having a healthcare provider who can help manage and coach you, when you think about the stress management strategies that you want to employ, the connections you need to make, the resources you need to, actually access, the person you're going to text when you're having a moment, those are all things that are so important to, normalizing the conversation and really starting to do something practical about the stress you're facing. And I see the chat. I'm going to just take a moment to make sure. I'm going to try to. I think it disappeared. Y'all tell me if I need to address something in the chat. So finding balance looks different for everyone. And these are stacked stones called Karens, and they're really popular out in the Pacific Northwest and San Francisco area. And they're called Karens. They're just stacked stones. A lot of times, you'll see kids doing this, but artists also like to do this kind of thing. And what I want you to notice is it's a great visualization that every one of these, groups of stones are in balance, but they all look different and their balance is all done a little differently, right? It's all achieved in a different way. And so it's a great reminder that everyone has to figure this out for themselves. There's not a one size fits all plan for mental and wellness health. There's just not one size fits all. And so self-care and stress management strategies are so important. We've talked about those, but I want to just give you a few practical resources. So this is Carol Dewick. She's a leading psychologist who does a lot of work around mindset. And I really believe that every change that you want to implement starts with mindset. And so whether it's a health change you want to make, whether it's a work situation, whether it's a stressful situation, mindset is so important because our mindset is really going to help us determine the action that we take. If we don't feel empowered, we're not going to take empowered action. So this is a TED Talk that I think would be really beneficial. It's just about 10 minutes long, and any of her work, she's got some other, resources, books and things. I highly recommend her work. This TED Talk is about How to Make Stress Your Friend by Kelly McGonigal, and she's a health psychologist, and she talks about the importance of neutralizing and normalizing a moderate level of stress. And I think that she really talks about the practical way to make stress your friend in a way that's approachable and makes it make sense. So highly recommend her work and this TED Talk. And then when we think about stress relief strategies, we have to think about the body and the physical components of managing our stress. So relaxation techniques, whether it's breathing techniques like boxed breathing, which is used in the military, or guided imagery, or any of that, can really help our body relax. Yoga Nidra is a practice that can be useful for helping you relax. All of this can be, put into a search box, and you can find a ton of resources here. Physical exercise is so important. I think yoga outside is one of the best things we can do because you're in nature. You're doing a type of kind of meaningful movement meditation, but you're also doing exercise. So I think that's an amazing one to try. Any kind of workout routine or just even walking a couple of times a day is important. Meditation, and that doesn't, always have to be that you're sitting on the floor, for an extended period of time with no thoughts, right? Because that's what we think about meditation. It could simply mean you park your car before you go into work and you pull up an app. I have several I can recommend, Calm or Headspace or My Life, and do a 3-minute meditation in your car before going into work. I often do this before I go into clinical, and my students have noticed. They'll say, Ms. Horton, why are you in your car before you meet us for clinical with your eyes closed? Are you napping? And I'll say, no, I'm actually doing a meditation before I go in and meet y'all because I want to get in the right headspace. And we know that, people in sports psychology do that all the time. It's something that Coach Nick Saban does with his football team and, getting them in, kind of game mode. It's all about mindset for them. They do several things that really mimic this. So you just want to get into that mindset and that headspace of being really positive and open. And also counseling is important. I think it's a really underutilized resource that we all sometimes need someone who's objective, who, is there to listen to us and who can provide us with some strategies or some insight that maybe we don't always get in our typical support group. And then life coaching is certainly another resource. So benefits of stress management, we know that we're just going to feel better overall. We're going to have better physical health. Our emotions are going to really stabilize. We might feel more hopeful. We might feel more optimistic, which we know is going to have a synergistic effect on our overall well-being. And then we really will be more productive and better able to focus, learn, and achieve when we're not managing our stress at such high levels. So changing our perspective, changing our expectation, those are all things that can be important, but also just, practical things like making our schedules realistic. Maybe we've said yes too many times. Maybe we're procrastinating or we're not setting boundaries. Maybe we're not blocking our schedule to give us enough time. I'm really someone who has to think about, do I need more margin in between activities? Just because it fits on a calendar doesn't mean that realistically you can get from point A to point B to accomplish all of that. Finding hobbies or rediscovering old hobbies can be important. And then focusing on the wellness basics. I always teach in any class that I teach about wellness, I teach the 5 to Thrive. And I put the Start Here GPS pin so that you know that if you're struggling with anything, whether it's healthy habits, maybe you want to improve your overall fitness level, maybe you want to work on your stress management. If you do these 5 things really well, it's the foundation for all other change in your life. And so sleeping well, staying hydrated, striving for a healthy plate, moving your body intentionally every day, and meditation, even just 3 to 5 minutes, are going to be the 5 places that I would say to start. And, I would always start with one thing first, and that's with hydration, because when we're dehydrated, we're going to try to eat more. It's going to impact our sleep negatively. We can have anxiety from having dehydration. And we can control how much water we drink. We can try to sleep better. We can try to improve our sleep hygiene, but we don't really have a ton of control over our sleep quality sometimes. And so we can do all the things to set ourselves up for a good night's sleep, but we can't truly control our sleep. But we can truly control how much water we drink. So start with water. Start with a healthy plate, and then I would say add in your sleep, but the sleep is going to be the foundation, because if you're not sleeping well, you're not getting restorative sleep, it's going to make everything else that you're doing hard. So that's why I listed as number 1. It's really important. And then moving your body every day, that might look like parking a little further away from the door. It might mean that you take the stairs instead of the elevator. It might mean that you walk an extra block, in your nightly or daily walk. And then meditation, add that in. And that might just mean turning everything off, turning the radio down, turning the TV off, and just closing your eyes for a few minutes. That is a great way to start meditation. And just a note about meditation, we sometimes think that it means we should be free of thought, but really meditation is thinking about what we're thinking and then letting that thought go. Thinking about our grocery list that we need to make, but instead of stopping ourselves and making it, we just think, okay, I do need to make that grocery list, but I'm just going to let that go. That can wait while we're meditating. That kind of control over thoughts is what helps us fix our focus, and it's what helps us improve our mindset. When we can control our response to our thoughts, that's when we really truly have empowerment around our health. And then I've listed a few things. Again, I'm not going to belabor this, but this is going to be something that we can make available to you. So I listed around 5 things for each of those categories of how to make sure you're getting better sleep. So I always like to say, keep your room cool, dark, and quiet. Try to have lights out by 10 p.m. and be in bed, because restorative sleep for the body really happens at the first part of sleep. So that 10 p.m. to noon, midnight, not noon, 10 p.m. to midnight kind of time frame. And then the second half of your sleep really helps your brain and your psychological or emotional restorative sleep. So getting a full night's rest is really important, but being in bed by 10 really helps align your circadian rhythm so that you are getting good sleep. Healthy hydration, we say 64 ounces, but that's typically just the bottom number of what we should be getting. We should probably be closer to 100 ounces of water a day. About half of our body weight in ounces a day is a typical recommendation, but usually no more than 128 ounces. And that's important because if you're just drinking 64 ounces, you may not be getting enough. Tracking your water is really important because this range and recommendation is going to be different for everyone. And on days like today, where I'm going to be doing a lot of speaking all day, I have a full day of speaking engagements or classes, I'm going to have to drink more water today than I did, say, yesterday, where I only had to teach for a couple of hours, and then I had office hours where I was quiet and I didn't have to talk as much, because our respirations increase when we talk, which means we're going to be, using more of our water. We're going to get dehydrated. So we just know that our demand for water is going to fluctuate, and if we have a fluctuating schedule. And then make water fun. Water is really a keystone habit that we need to cultivate. And, carbonated water, fizzy water, fruit or herb infused water, all of that is better than any of the other choices that we could make. Healthy plate, I always like to tell people to strive for a colorful plate. We often eat brown or beige food, and then if we want to really be healthy, we might eat, something that's green. But we really need the whole rainbow of foods every day, because they represent different vitamins and nutrients and antioxidants based on their color. And so eat the rainbow on your plate. Fish and whole foods are important. Eating veggies most, water first and veggie most is important. So a more plant-based diet is really helpful for most people. And then really supplementing as needed with, vitamins and supplements that you might need based on your own blood work. And then exercise. I like to tell people that, moving your body is important, but even things like dancing while, you're waiting on food to cook in your kitchen, or, yoga, or just an extra walk around the neighborhood. Those are really practical things. I think walking is a really underrated exercise. For most people, walking will help you maintain your weight. It will help you lose weight if that's your goal. And it also will help strengthen your bones. And so I think walking, swimming, biking, yoga are some of the best exercises we can do. It doesn't have to be a fancy or formal workout program for you to see benefit. And then meditation, again, I've mentioned this, I think self-reflection is the biggest part of this, because we really start to get to know ourselves when we meditate and when we journal and when we practice gratitude. And it's difficult to be stressed when we're practicing gratitude or we're practicing mindfulness. And so a lot of times, we think that we know ourselves. We have the longest relationship of any with ourselves. But a lot of times we're so other focused, particularly in helping professions like nursing, that we realize, sometimes too late, that we actually change and we actually grow during different seasons. And 10 years ago, what we valued or what was important to us might not be what we value or find important now. So constantly, reflecting and kind of growing through that is important. And then I tell my students a lot to be present where your feet are. And I say that because I struggle with that sometimes. I'm always a future oriented person. So I'm always thinking about the next thing, which is good. And that's helpful as a nurse, it's helpful as a teacher. But you have to be present where your feet are. So being in the moment is so important. And when I start to think about the future too much, and the future could be 5 minutes or 5 years from now, I have to remind myself, okay, my feet are here. I need to be present in this moment. My good friend Julia Madrid is a licensed counselor here in Tuscaloosa, and she has this principle called On the Horizon, and it's the 2-2-2 rule. And she says every 2 weeks go out for an evening, every 2 months go out for the weekend, and every 2 years go out for a week. And that might not be realistic for a lot of people, particularly during a pandemic, it might not be. But I say to plan something to look forward to every 3 to 4 months or once a quarter. And this could be something that, is free or inexpensive. It doesn't have to be a big trip, but we need something to look forward to. That's something our brains are just hardwired for. That's why we love traditions and holidays and things, because we have something to anticipate and we have something that we know, regardless of this, we're going to do that. We're going to celebrate this thing in this way. And so having something on the horizon does a lot to help us, have that hope and optimism that we need with so much uncertainty of this past year. And then here are some other useful resources. I love Spotify. I have a Spotify music account, and it's something that I enjoy listening to, calming music. I create my own playlist, but one that I love is called Totally Stress Free. If you've ever eaten at Central Mesa, you have heard that playlist, because that's the playlist they typically use. Not affiliated, but they have some really good music, and it's a very calming playlist. I think it's a great one. There's some other techniques here called the 5-4-3-2-1. That's a grounding exercise to help you manage your anxiety in the moment, particularly if you're having some sort of panic. Grounding over here, going barefoot outside. That's when we feel so great when we're at the beach. If you like the sand and you're putting your feet in the sand, it's getting rid of those negative ions, and it just kind of calms the body. It lowers the stress response. Headspace and the motivation app are two great resources for positive affirmations and for some mindfulness and meditation. Yoga with Adrienne is a great channel on YouTube where you can do some free yoga. She has some things for beginners and for stress management specifically. So I think that's another great resource. And as we wrap up, this is one of my favorite quotes. For those of you who know me personally, you know that I'm never without a quote. And so this is one that I enjoy. It's by Laura Casey, who struggled with her own mental health challenges, and she is a public figure. She's a social media influencer, and she also is the owner of Cultivate What Matters. And she talks about peonies. And this really resonated with me because peonies or peonies are my favorite flower. And so when I saw this quote, I thought, I need to look at this. It says, peonies grow through the dirt, and so do we. We believe that growing an intentional life is possible right where you are, in the mess, in the tension, in the weight, in what may feel imperfect. We believe that imperfect is rich, growing ground. We do not have to have it all together or do it all to live a purposeful life. We believe that goal setting can be life-giving instead of guilt-inducing. We believe that good goals have the power to simplify our lives and give us our time back. And so it goes on to talk about cultivating what matters. And her perspective is, when you're 80, what do you want to say is true about your life? What do you want to say, that you've accomplished, or, that you have valued, or that has been important? And to think about the end game, and that's going to help you really plan the here and the now. And I think that's so important, particularly when I'm teaching students and patients about, how to be present, how to be mindful, how to think about their mental and physical health, reminding them that we go through seasons, just like our gardens. We have different seasons of life, and sometimes those seasons are going to be hard. I certainly have personally experienced seasons of hard, but there are going to be other seasons where it, is more fruitful and it isn't as hard. And those are going to be times where we can cultivate the things that really matter. So that is my word for you and my quote for you today. So I just want to thank y'all for being here. I know that this, is an important time for y'all. It's a busy time. And so I appreciate that you're here and that you're taking time to learn about mental health and that you can go out and be ambassadors for cultivating, mental health awareness and ending the stigma. So I know we have a few minutes and I'd be happy to take questions if you all have any.
Thank you, Abby. There were a couple comments for you in the chat. Are you able to see them?
I can now. Yes, I couldn't in presentation mode, but yes, thanks, Haley. That's really helpful. I'm glad that was helpful to you. Bailey, thanks. Yes, I think we all need reminders. I need reminders too. I have to do some self-teaching, self-prep sometimes and remind myself that it's important to pause. Do y'all have any other questions or comments or feedback?
I don't have any questions, but I certainly want to thank you, Abby. As always, you do an excellent job. You made it very interesting, very timely, and very informative. And thank you so much. You did a great job.
Thank you, Miss Jackie. I appreciate that.
Abby, I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned Carol, and I didn't catch your last name. Was it Dewick?
Yes. Carol Dewick, and I will put that in the chat. Okay. She is a leading psychologist that studies mindset, and she has a book, The Power of Mindset. So she would really be a great resource. Thank you, Miss Marta.
Well, Abby, you will be my next speaker for our staff development at the Student Health Center. That was a great presentation.
Thank you so much. I'd be happy to come over. Y'all are our neighbors.
Yes.
All right. Well, I don't see any other questions. Thank y'all so much again for the invitation. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Abby. We appreciate you so much.
Thanks,
You're going to make your PowerPoint available to us?
Yes, Jennifer has it, and Jennifer, you're welcome to share it out if you'd want to.
Okay, thank you. Marsha, are you still on here?
I am. Do you want to go ahead and get started with Lisa? I see Lisa's here.
Yeah.
And it's just a couple minutes early, but we can go ahead and get started.
That's great.
Okay. Our next speaker is Lisa Rawlings. And Lisa is actually a risk management consultant for Inspirion Holding Corporation. And she has clinical experience in med-surg, the emergency department, intensive care, nursing supervision, behavioral health, home health, and outpatient service. So she has experience in a lot of areas. She has over 15 years experience in nursing leadership, including patient safety officer, risk manager, chief quality officer, emergency department nurse manager, and chief nursing officer. So there's a lot of leadership experience as well. While serving in those roles, she provided oversight, ensuring regulatory compliance and initiated process improvement. Her areas of expertise include emergency nursing, quality assurance, including process improvement and CMS core measures, HCAPS, risk management, medical staff credentialing, patient safety, CMS, and Joint Commission regulations, and healthcare administration. She joined Inspirion in March of 2016, where she provides consultant services to hospitals and other healthcare entities, including surveys for compliance to healthcare regulations and nursing continuing education credits. And that's how I met Lisa. I was actually in clinical with my students, and we went to an in-service she was providing for the nurses there on medication administration. And it was such a great presentation that I actually asked her to come speak to my first level pharmacology students last year. And she did. She was gracious enough to come do that and did a wonderful job. And while she was here, we got her to speak to our students who are about to graduate on documentation, because I think it's really important to understand the legal issue and the responsibility of nurses in the healthcare setting. And so she did such a great job that I'm so glad she is here with us today. And so this is Lisa Rawlings.
Thank you so much, Marsha. I appreciate that. I don't enjoy like hearing about myself as much as I like hearing about everybody else, but I appreciate the opportunity to share with y'all today our presentation on documentation. And I'm assuming that's going to come up at some point. Okay.
Sorry, I should have told you that It did. I have it here pulled up, but they did change it to where you could share your screen.
Oh.
But I could do it either way. Which one do you want me to do? I don't know if you already have this pulled
If
up.
you give me just a second, let me just
do it for you.
give me just a second and I can pull it up.
Okay, my apologies.
No,
I meant to
it's
take-
fine. It'll just take me 1 minute to get it up, and then I'll share my screen with everybody. All right. Let me see if I can get to where I can, because that bar is right over it.
Slideshow.
Are you looking for like the slide? Oh,
yes, that's what I was looking for. I don't know if
sorry about that. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there.
No, it's fine. I just got to try to figure it out for a second. If I could move something, I could get to it a little better, I think, but I can't move that. Okay, here we go. Oh, perfect. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. So my topic is not quite as exciting, but it is a very, very important topic. And a lot of this is not going to be new information, but I'm going to share some personal stories as we go through just to kind of drive them home. And if you have the opportunity to share this information with others, we certainly encourage you to do that. And if you have the opportunity to train or to lead others in their documentation practices, I would definitely encourage you to use some of these best practices that we've put together. Just our disclaimer that this is not considered legal advice because we are an insurance agency, and that we do keep this information up to date, and it is up to date as of today. I'm not going to read over our objectives because this is a very long PowerPoint, and it has such valuable information. I didn't want to trim it down any. I wanted you all to have it, but in order to save time, I'm not going to, of course, read all these slides to you. You have them, or you can get them from Jennifer if you'd like to, but I'm going to hit the highlights and the high points and give you an opportunity to ask questions. So first of all, why is documentation so important? It's our professional responsibility and accountability. It is supposed to show continuity of care. It's also supposed to provide communication between disciplines and within your own discipline area. And it is, and I cannot stress enough, the best defense of care that you provided for the patients. And I say that because we see so many times from the legal aspect of it, and we talk with the attorneys, and the attorneys have said over and over to us, give us a bad medical situation, but a great medical record, and we can defend that all day long. But give us where they've provided really, really good care and there was still a bad outcome, but the documentation just isn't there to support it. And it's extremely difficult to defend. So again, it's just so important. This is just some excerpts that we've taken out of some medical records over the many, many years that we've all practiced. And of course, as you read these, they sound very funny. They're hilarious to think that somebody actually documented these things. But I use them as a reminder of where it's not funny. If you actually documented one of these sentences and it's blown up the size of a wall in a courtroom, and the little elderly person is, whether it's male or female, is over there in the witness stand and their loved one has died as a result of care that was either provided or not provided, these are not funny anymore. So we want to be very cautious about what we document and how it could be interpreted. The purpose of the medical record is also very important to remember. It is a legal document and it either proves or disproves that the standard of care was met and what care was or was not provided. And I'm going to talk about standard of care a little bit later on. But again, that communication is so important. And we tend to, especially with electronic documentation, we tend to get zoned in on just our own discipline documentation. So nurses tend to look at just nursing documentation, and physicians tend to look at just their own documentation. And we really should be able to have access to multiple disciplinary so that we can see a whole picture. It's also used for billing, research, quality assurance purposes, PI purposes, and then externally it can be used for benchmarking or auditing. And again, hopefully not, but it could be used in a court of law as well. So just a few of the basics as reminders, and this comes directly from the Alabama Board of Nursing. Your documentation has to be factual, accurate, specific, timely, organized, chronological, complete, legible if it's handwritten, and it needs to be relevant. And believe it or not, we see a lot of irrelevant documentation, and you need to be following whatever your facility's policies are. And that's very important as well. A couple of examples of irrelevant information real quick. We actually got a medical record one time that we were reviewing for a lawsuit. And basically the nurses were going at each other in the medical record. So one shift would come on and say, last shift nurse did not change patient, found patient again in capital letters, again, completely wet from head to toe. Then the next nurse would come in and start documenting about something the other nurse supposedly did wrong. Y'all, there was no way we could take that to court. Those nurses would have been shredded on the stand. So the medical record is not the right place to document your feelings about things like that. There's a proper place and time and area to do that, but don't do it in the medical record. So just a few guidelines. You want to always document your observations, not your interpretations, not your assumptions, and not your opinions. Such as this example, the patient is acting drunk, it sounds very judgmental. And there's lots of different reasons that people may be acting as if they're under the influence of something, such as a stroke, such as a low blood sugar, things of that nature. So it's better to put in very specifically what those actions are that they're exhibiting. Do they have slurred speech? Are they singing a song? Can they not keep their clothes on? Those type things. Try not to criticize care that others have provided or not provided. I've already mentioned that. Another example that I've seen more than once is where a physician gets very upset with nursing care or any other discipline's care, and they will write on orders or type in orders, do an incident report now. You don't want to reference incident reports in your medical record because those are protected documents. And it's not that you're hiding anything on them, but that is where you do your root cause analysis and those type things. So you want to be careful about that. And that takes a lot of education, and it takes a lot of trust with your physicians so that they know you're going to handle it the right way and they don't have to put it in the medical record like that. Try not to enter any vague, meaningless statements, and don't write inappropriate comments or label patients. And this can be a very difficult one, especially as your nursing career goes on. I can remember myself even in my mind labeling patients, drug addict, frequent flyer, things of that nature. We did have a case in the last probably 10 years where a patient had been labeled a frequent flyer in the medical record by the physician. And I've got news for y'all, frequent flyers die. Frequent flyers have emergency medical conditions, and you never know which time they come in that may be the case, even if they were just in an hour ago. So you don't want to put in your medical record things like that. You want to put just the facts. So again, you can specifically state patient has been seen in this emergency room 30 times this month. That's a fact, but you're not labeling them as a frequent flyer. So again, just be very cautious of that. And it can be very easy to slip into that cycle if you're not careful. And sometimes your docs can even push you toward that way, but don't fall for that trap, and encourage them not to do the same. So let's move on to electronic documentation. A lot of people have hybrid systems, so that's why we try to cover a little bit of both. But with electronic documentation, you want to make sure that your privacy and confidentiality are always present. For security, you need to change your password frequently, and I know frequently seems like it comes way too often, but it's very important that you do it. You want to have frequent lockout of your computers, and there's a good reason why. We had a case as well where a nurse had forgotten to log out. She got called to a patient's room. She got up from the computer and left. Another nurse came onto that computer, thought that she logged in, but it was still logged in under the previous nurse, started documenting. There was a bad outcome with the patient. Both nurses ended up getting subpoenaed. One of those nurses said, I never even took care of that patient, but there was documentation present that she had administered a medication to that patient. So ultimately, I mean, they were not going to let either nurse out of the case because they said, well, if we let one nurse out, then they're going to say, oh, no, it was the other one. So both nurses ended up having to go to court and having to testify as to how this incident took place and to justify their actions. Your data integrity via encryption is very important. You want to make sure there's authentication of data and then frequent backup as well. Some feedback. Okay, there we go. So some breaches of confidentiality you need to worry about. Using another person's sign-on code or password. Like I said, please don't ever let that happen. And don't let it happen as well with your medication dispensing machines. Please, your license is on the line for these things. And I always want you to keep that in the back of your mind. If you're attempting to access a secured computer application without proper authorization, photos are a no-no, and they should be, because you never know what you may be picking up incidentally in the background, in the forefront, on the sides, things of that nature. And then texting, posting, or discussing patient care on social media networks without the patient consent is also something you want to be very, very careful about. And I would also caution you in that manner of just think in general before you post anything on social media that might be related to what you do as a provider, because your opinion can be held much higher because you're in the healthcare field. So most places have policies about that, and you want to be sure that you're familiar with what your facility's policies are. All right, some other considerations. Electronic functions can be positive, but it can also be a problem. Copy and paste can be very helpful whenever you have patients that come in frequently or they've just left or whatever that nature may be. But again, you want to make sure that what you're copying and pasting is actually accurate at that time. We did have a case with this involving wounds where a patient had been in the hospital for a month's worth of time. The initial nurse that interviewed that patient and did their initial skin assessment did a great documentation of the wound itself and then the care that she provided to that wound. Following that, as we all know, that can be one of the most difficult things to document consistently throughout the care. The next nurses decided they were going to copy and paste and do the same thing. This person had a bad outcome regarding their wound. It ended up becoming a legal case. And ultimately, it was found that in that very first paragraph that initial nurse documented, she had misspelled a word, and that had been copied and pasted for way too many times without somebody updating that themselves. And so for that, we were not able to defend the case in the long run. Templates are another thing you want to be just cautious of. If you're using templates, they can be extremely helpful, but you want to make sure, again, that you're doing them the right way. One example of this was we had a physician that developed a template for their emergency room visits to make it more simple. The way that he developed it was if he didn't address the system, then it meant it was a normal exam. So whenever he was audited and it was found that he was seeing 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, and so forth, and documented that they had a normal genitalia exam and they were there for an ear infection, and that was upcoded because it was a full body system examination, he was charged with fraudulent documentation and fraudulent billing. So you want to make sure that your templates are set up appropriately. Again, I'm not going to cover this slide. It's way too much information, but it's there for you to review. And it's just what some of our regulatory agencies are saying about electronic documentation. So this is another one that I'm not going to go over every single thing, but just keep in mind that anything that you repeat or forward in your documentation, you want to make sure that it's accurate and up to date before you do it. Auto-populate and templates and checkboxes are really nice and helpful again, but you want to make sure that you're using them appropriately. Use your safeguards to ensure that quality documentation occurs, and provide a mechanism to make copy and paste easily identifiable. So most of the time, if you copy and paste, it will say so in that electronic record. It's not that it's unknown. So you do want to make sure that your functions have that capability as well. All right, patient identification errors are still occurring in today's world, despite all the safeguards that we have in place. So again, you want to be cautious of this. I personally had a patient in the hospital that was there for about 2.5, 3 days, and I was making my rounds on all patients. Whenever I went in, I addressed the patient by the name that I had on my directory, and he said, "That's not my name." I looked at his armband matched my paperwork. And I asked him what his name was. He had been originally checked in under the wrong name. Same birth date, but wrong name. He had been there for 2.5, 3 days. So you can imagine how upset I was at how many healthcare providers had touched that gentleman during his stay, and no one verified who he was appropriately. It was a very eye-opening experience. This was one of those things that was an aha moment for me about don't take for granted what your policies and procedures are and that people are following them. So it led me to be much more cautious. Authorship integrity issues are another thing you want to be very cautious of. Staff training, again, is very important. So the way I see things from my standpoint in the healthcare settings that I've been in is that, let's say a new nurse comes on board. She gets taught all this information. It's a lot of information shoved into somebody at the very beginning of their start with us. And then they start learning in generally in their department, and they learn from the people in their department. And who do you get to train those people? For your documentation purposes, you really want to make sure that you get the best person available to train them, because that's how they're going to learn. And whenever I go into places, I can ask one person to show me something, and it may take them 10 clicks, and I ask someone else and it may take them 4 clicks, because we all kind of learn our systems on our own to an extent. And so you want to be very cautious about who's training your new people so that they learn the best way possible from the very get-go, and try not to develop bad habits that you have to break later. The other thing I want to mention here is audit integrity. In case you've not heard, there are audits that are performed for medical records, especially electronic medical records. So every time you click on a medical record, it is auto stamped in that medical record that you entered it at a certain date and a certain time and who you are. Whenever we have any lawsuit, they always ask for an audit trail. Okay. And they want to know who accessed the record and when. So if you have, let's say, a very well-known person who comes into your facility, wherever it may be, and they die, for instance, and then people keep accessing that record for 4 days, a week, 3 weeks out, that have no business accessing that record, they're just looking to be nosy, they're going to have to produce a reason that they accessed it. And the reason that plaintiffs' attorneys try to say that they accessed it is to change the medical record. So you don't want to be caught up in that. You want to be cautious of accessing records that you don't have any business accessing. All right. Be cautious if you are reviewing medical records of vital signs that never change. Some people's EHRs are developed so that if they take the initial vital signs, and if they don't take vital signs again and update them, it automates as discharge vital signs. And that can be a very dangerous thing, because if you're defending the care that you provided, the best thing you can do right before a patient is discharged is get an updated set of vital signs to show their condition at the time right before you released them. That's so important. So you want to be cautious about that. documentation from another provider, identical verbiage that's used repeatedly, abbreviations that may change meaning through time, copied and pasted, and then blanks in documentation or other things you want to be cautious of. We try to recommend that if you have your EHR set up, that there's always a not applicable option for nursing, so that if they don't address a specific body system, it doesn't look like they just didn't do it on purpose. It was not applicable at the time. Drop-down boxes, like I said, are very helpful as well as reminders whenever people are documenting, but you want to be sure that you click the correct box. I have seen where people get so used to clicking clear in all 4 quadrants, vowel sounds times 4, all those kind of things, that they just do it automatically without even thinking anymore, and it may be different for this patient this one time. You also want to make sure that you're choosing the correct one. If you hear wheezes, that you choose wheezing versus rhonchi, rails, whatever else, absent breath sounds, whatever else the option may be. One of the things that we're seeing most recently in legal cases is they are not only giving a subpoena for the current medical record that is involved in the lawsuit, they want to subpoena a blank medical record so that they can see all the options that nurses had to choose from. That's new. So they want to make sure that you're choosing the best option. Documentation should accurately reflect the time of care that it was provided. Try to avoid block timing, pre-time checklists, things of that nature, because it's very difficult in a court of law if they say that you were in 6 rooms at the same exact time. Now, while they don't generally give a subpoena for 6 medical records, it doesn't mean that they can't. If they believe that you're lying or that you're inaccurately documenting, they can put in a subpoena for another medical record of a patient that you cared for the same date, the same time, and have all their personal information redacted because they're not part of the lawsuit. So keep that in mind. Realize information you document can get pulled to different locations. If you have not ever seen one of your medical records printed out in its entirety at the end of a patient stay, I highly encourage you to go print one out and look at it, because it looks very different than what you're seeing on your screens. It pulls to all different places. Your documentation for nursing may be on page 30, it may be on page 600, it may be on page 45. It's just all over the place. It doesn't look like what it used to look like whenever I started working as a nurse. So you want to be familiar with those and know where things fall as they do. All right, moving on. Hopefully there's no questions so far. If there are, please type them in your chat box. I'll be happy to answer them. We're going to talk a little bit about hybrid records. So if you are documenting manually, you want to make sure it's neat and legible. Sign date and time every entry. Use proper spelling and grammar. And I can't stress that enough with electronic documentation as well. Not like our smartphones where it auto corrects our spelling. Our medical records generally don't do that. And while sometimes, you slip of a key and you hit a wrong one and you get a misspelled word, is not a big deal. If you do that throughout your documentation over and over and over again, they're not going to make you look very well on the stand in the court of law if it comes to that. Use only hospital approved abbreviations. Use only blue or black ink if you're documenting manually, and then always document in military time. And again, that's referenced from the Alabama Board of Nursing. This is an example of a do not use abbreviation list. Every facility should have one of these. I'll share with you my quick example on this is SC. I worked in the military system for a time period, and SC was an approved abbreviation for subcutaneous. In our facility, we had a clinic. It wasn't an emergency room or inpatient. This patient had come in for migraine headaches. She went and saw our provider. He prescribed her Imitrex SC as needed, blah, 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 for headache. She left the provider's office, went directly to our pharmacy in the same building, same 4 walls, turned in her prescription, got her medication, and went home. She called me a few days later and said, my headaches are just not any better. And I said, well, we need you to return and bring your medicine with you. She did. I took her box of Imitrex and it told her explicitly to inject into her scalp. SC was interpreted as scalp in the pharmacy. So can you imagine all the levels that we failed that patient? No one taught her how to self-inject before she left the office or the pharmacy. No one in the pharmacy double-checked what printed out on that prescription. I mean, I was astounded. And then If you've ever worked in the military or been in the military life, you know that nothing changes easily. So whenever I left that facility 2.5 years later, SC was still an approved abbreviation because I couldn't just change it for my facility. It had to change in Germany and Korea and everywhere around the world. So I'm just praying that at this point, something has been done to prevent that from happening again. Recording vital signs, I've already mentioned that once, so I'm not going to go into a lot of details on this. Just remember to record all pertinent vital signs as well. Don't pick and choose what you're documenting. If your policy is that you record all vital signs, if that includes oxygen saturation, then that needs to be there as well. And I will tell you that some of the most difficult cases I've seen are those ones that come in and it's hard to get a vital sign for whatever reason. Let's say it's a very young child, 3 weeks old, you're trying to get an O2 sat, so you bring them on back to the room where it's a better situation to try to get it, and then nobody gets it, and then there's a bad outcome. That's not the situation you want to be in. So again, careful with your vital signs and be sure you document them appropriately. Be sure somebody's reviewing those as well. And if you have someone else take vital signs, such as a patient care tech, know that your license is responsible for what those vital signs are. That's also very important. All right, if you have anything that prints out like strips, EKG strips, fetal heart monitoring strips, anything of that nature, know that they need to be kept appropriately. Over time, they can fade. If you put tape over anything specific, it can take off that information. And you want to put it together in its entirety to the best of your ability. Because one of the things that I have seen come up is the missing portion of the fetal heart monitoring strips. The nurse testified that there was no change, so that part was eliminated. Of course, the plaintiff's attorney say that was where the baby went bad and you're trying to hide it. So careful about those things. Verbal, telephone, and texting orders. You want to make sure that verbal orders and telephone orders are kept to a minimum as much as possible because there's always an increased risk for error to occur. So that's just good common sense. If your doc or your practitioner is present, have them put in their own orders to the best of your ability. We always try to advise that DNR not be a verbal order. Just for licensing purposes, you would want that, hopefully that conversation to take place with your practitioner present and then be able to provide that order for you. Always use your readback because that is your defense, and be sure that you follow your policy on that. We found while I was doing this class in a very large facility in Alabama that they had readback as one of their policies, but in their new electronic health system, it did not print out that way. The nurses would type readback, but whenever you printed out the medical record for a court of law, it wasn't showing up. So be sure you're checking those type things. And then Joint Commission and CMS are still saying that you should never text orders at this point. And we'll keep that updated to the best of our ability, but keep following that. I think that at some point, that may change, but it's just going to take some more information and some more clarity. Clarification of medication or unclear orders. The best thing here is just remember that if you don't understand it, you are charged to clarify it with that provider. And then you need to make it clear from that provider forward. So if you question it, somebody else may question it. The worst way, this is the absolute worst way for you to clarify what an order is. And this is usually handwritten. Hey, what do you think this says? Then you go to person number 2. What do you think it says? Best 2 out of 3. That's what I'm going with. Please don't do that. Okay. I know that some people can read physicians and practitioners' handwriting better after they work with them for many years, but the best way is to clarify with that practitioner that it came from. Also, it just mentions in here about following your chain of command whenever you're having to go up the ladder if you're having issues with this type situation. If you clarify an order with someone, you need to document the name specifically of the person that you notified to get that clarification. Also, if you went up your chain of command, let's say your patient was deteriorating and you went to your charge nurse first, you need to document that charge nurse's name. That's our advice. Her name and her title, or his name and his title, because 7 years from now, if we go to court, is that person still going to be there if you just put charge nurse? Are you still going to have the active schedules to show who that person was? It's really important that you document that. And I would also be pretty specific about what you're saying to them to the best of your ability. You know, you don't necessarily have to go into full page details, but if you contacted them about a potassium level, I would put you contacted them about a potassium level. Because if there is an adverse outcome and later you go back and all you put was contacted physician Rawlings, Dr. Rawlings, about patient condition. Again, have you looked at your medical records whenever they've been printed out in their entirety? Are you going to be able to figure out what it was you contacted them about? Because it's all over the place. And it's his word against her word. And I've actually seen a physician do this. A nurse and a physician who've worked together for many, many years. The nurse called the physician about the patient's condition. The physician did not give any updated orders. Later, the patient had a bad outcome. The nurse only contacted Dr. Rawlings about the patient condition. She specifically testified that she contacted him about the ABG results. The physician says she did not contact him about the ABG results. Otherwise, he would have given her specific orders on that. So if it comes to license protection, you've got to protect your own first and foremost. All right, tampering with medical records. If any of you have never heard of spoliation of evidence, this I hope will be your only time you have to hear it. But that spoliation of evidence is what comes up in a court of law anytime that they believe that someone has tampered with a medical record. It could be adding to it later. It could be changing something that was already in it. It could be putting inaccurate information in it. It could be destroying something that was in it, removing, whatever it may be. But in a court of law, if they produce spoilage of evidence and they find that you are guilty of that, they can simply ask that the jurors go back to the recess room and come up with a verdict without hearing any further testimony whatsoever. Because the instructions from the judge is, if they have proven spoilage of evidence and that you will do whatever you did to the medical record, then you can be assumed guilty of everything else you're being charged for in this situation. So you want to be very careful of that, and you want to be sure that you're not caught up in that. Chart only the care that you specifically provide or that you supervise. That's also very important. If me and my team work together in the emergency room, we did this for many years. And so if she would go in and start the IV, I might be documenting, but I would not document that I started the IV. I would document that B. Smith, RN, started 20 gauge Cathlon to left hand times 1 attempt, blah, blah, blah. I did not document that I did it. That is very important to protect your own license because, again, things could come up later if there's an adverse outcome. The Alabama Board of Nursing has specific guidelines for scope of practice. Make sure you know what those are whenever it comes to making assignments and documenting. We talked about not leaving areas blank. This is also really good advice, is document in exact quotes whenever it comes to your patients. It shows their state of mind at the time, which can be very important because if you, like we had a lot of drunks, we had a lot of people under the influence of drugs come into our emergency room, into our psych areas, wherever they, in our clinics, whatever it may be. If that person has a bad outcome and you don't document things in quotes or you don't document what their actions are exhibiting at the time, that's not going to be the person who comes to the court of law later. It's going to be the one in the dress with their Bible in their hands, praying and looking all good and crying. And the jurors are not going to necessarily believe that was the same person. So do what you can to paint a picture. Your documentation really needs to paint a picture. And it needs to do that all the time because you never know. Let's say you're taking care of the patient today and the adverse outcome comes 5 days later and they die. You still may be pulled into that case because you provided care. If a patient or a family member states they're going to sue, document that in quotes as well. If they claim it, they may do it. They may not, but if they claim it, they probably have done it in the past. Talking about medications, again, this is directly from the Board of Nursing. I'm not going to read all this slide to you. Everybody should be very familiar with what they have to document for this, but watch your electronic health records. We had a facility here in the state, it's been several years ago, probably about 8 years ago now, that it did not require, if they gave an IM or sub-Q injection, to document the exact site that they gave it. Just that they gave an IM injection. Well, we still have some cases that come up from injections. So it's really important to know if you gave it in the right gluteus maximus versus the deltoid. So just check your electronic health records and make sure that everybody's able to document appropriately what is necessary. The other thing I want to mention here is reassessment. So important after you give a medication, and it's not just things like opioids. It's anything that you would give PRN or of any other nature that they may have an adverse outcome to. You want to document how well they tolerated it in the appropriate time frame. Your IVs, same thing, not going to read all this to you. I will remind you that we still do occasionally have a case regarding an IV site. So don't slack off on any of this. If you remove the cathlon intact, document that you did it intact. If you change an IV site, be sure you change an IV site. The one thing that I find most frequently whenever I'm reviewing medical records before court is, let's say it was a hard stick. And so I'll see multiple attempts, and then all of a sudden the patient has an IV, but it was never documented by the one person who got it. It was never documented that they actually got it. So I just have to assume somebody got it, and I don't know where. Document any care that you omit or medications that you omit for whatever reason, so that it shows that you did it for a reason. Very important. Wound assessment and documentation. Again, this is straight out of the Board of Nursing, and this is one that will get you cited multiple times whenever you have CMS surveys or Joint Commission surveys. So you want to be very cautious about all the factors here that I've listed and what you document very clearly, because these are also more and more lawsuits that we're seeing is involving wounds. So make sure that your documentation is up to par. Make sure that you're updating the care plan. I mean, all of it's so important. And it matters if your order says specifically to use a 4x4 and you document that you use a 2x2. That matters, believe it or not. You want to chart promptly as soon as you can. One of the issues that I've seen with electronic healthcare records is that somebody has provided a medication and they've not documented it. They're going to get around to it at some point, and then the patient calls for another medication, say a PRN, and no one has any actual documentation that they received it already, and it's provided again. So it's really important to keep your charting up as soon as you possibly can get it into that record. Late entries, just a reminder here that you need to do this per your facility policy, but in general, the standard of care is 24 hours. Beyond that is not considered a late entry. It's considered an addendum to the record. That's just a general rule to go by. And you want to make sure that you're clearly documenting whenever you put in something later than what it was. And y'all know that if you have electronic health records and you're documenting along, and then you suddenly think, oh, I forgot to document something, and you change your time to show that it actually happened at 9 a.m., but you're putting it in at 3:30, it's going to show that you put it in at 3:30, but you're saying it happened at 9 a.m. So for the new nurses that are coming on board, this is important that they understand that, because they may think that if they change the time to 9 a.m., it chronologically shows up that they put it in at 9 a.m. Mistaken entries, just a reminder about those. Usually with electronic health records, it does strikeouts. And that's going to happen at times where you put it in on the wrong patient, or you put in something inadvertently that you didn't mean to. Just be sure that that's not a common thing that happens all the time with your same staff, those kind of things, because that again is something that would be brought up in a court of law if they're seeing that it happens frequently. Patients contributing acts. This is important to document as well. If you've got a diabetic in your facility and somebody keeps slipping them in 10-layer chocolate cake to eat, and you don't know why you can't get their blood sugar down, no matter what you do, that needs to be documented if you're aware of it, that somebody's slipping them in. But don't just document that they're bringing in the cake. document that you provided the education, why not to? It's important that the 2 and 2 go together. If they won't stay in bed and they're supposed to, if they're going out smoking and they're not supposed to, any of those things that might be contributing to them not getting better or to a decline in their condition, that needs to be in the medical record clearly and frequently. If they go out to smoke 10 times on your shift, if you can document it 10 times, do it. If you can only document it at 4 times and say patient went out more frequently than this, but I did not personally observe the additional times, something of that nature, because adverse outcomes can come back to bite you bad whenever the patient really had a lot to do with this. A quick example that we had was a wound. We had a patient who went to the OR and had an additional procedure than she was expecting whenever she went in. She came out and came to our ICU. As soon as she was able to, she was taking her oxygen off and everything else and going out to smoke with her belly wide open. As you can imagine, she had a bad outcome. She dehisced and they sued ultimately. She was only about 40 something years old. She ended up in the nursing home. It took a very long time for her to heal. Regardless, they ended up suing. And because the nursing documentation was so clear as to her contributing factors and her not following orders, that trial never went to court. It never went. So that was a save. All right, we've talked about breaches of confidentiality. So wrapping this up, a couple other things I want to mention. Reminder, if it's not documented, it's not done. That's not always the case. I've seen in court that, you know, you can state that you specifically remember doing something, but trust me, whenever things go to court 7 years later, it's very, very difficult for you to remember, especially if you didn't know there was a bad outcome coming. Now, you know, if something came in and it was tragic and horrible and you will never forget it all of your life, you may remember specific things. But otherwise, if it was just a routine day, you're probably not going to remember if you didn't document it. Standard of care, I wanted to mention to you all in case you don't know what that is. It is like, say, for nursing. If I were in the court of law trying to defend the care that I had provided, they might call someone to testify for standard of care to show whether I met it or whether I didn't meet it. And that person would need to have about the same experience that I did. So if I was ACLS certified, they would need to be ACLS certified. If I had had 30 years in nursing, they would need to have somewhere close to 30 years in nursing. If most of my nursing career was the emergency room, they would want most of their career to be nursing room. You want to see the similarities between the two. And then they're going to ask that nurse, if given the same scenario or similar situation, would you have acted the exact same way that this nurse did? And if that nurse testifies, yes, I would have done this, this, and this exactly like Lisa Rawlings did, then that shows that I'm at standard of care. But if that nurse says, no, I would have taken the extra 30 seconds to go and document that I provided that medication prior to moving on to something else, and I didn't do it, then that would show that I did not meet standard of care. So just so you kind of know that's what you're up against whenever you go to a court of law, it is about the care you provided directly affecting the outcome of this patient and then whether or not you met standard of care. Lastly, just a couple of things to remember. The Board of Nursing can discipline your license based on your lack of documentation or your failure to document or falsified documentation. Again, this is all about your license, and I don't want people to forget that, because you can get in that bad habit of, you know, just document and keep moving, document and keep moving. Now, I know during this pandemic, it was very, very difficult. I watched a seminar with some New York physicians that were involved during the height of this. One of the things that they stated was, whenever it was at the absolute worst in New York, the physicians just had an Excel spreadsheet of all the patients that had COVID, because that's all they were seeing. And they had specific things like what their vent parameters were, how many days they'd been there, what meds they were on, and so on and so forth. Just like they had like 6 things on each patient, and that was it. And as they made rounds, if that patient had been discharged, they marked them out with a permanent marker, and the next day it would be printed, or the next shift would be printed off with the new patient in that bed. And that's all they had. They weren't documenting like they normally did. They didn't have the whole medical record like they normally did, but they were working under pandemic conditions that would be protected because they were documented that this was what the accepted level was at this point to be able to make it through the day. So there's always going to be some exceptions, but that's not the norm. So just keep that in mind. Pages that don't have patient identifiers on them are concerning because they can get mixed up in other people's stuff. So keep that in mind. I see that most frequently whenever you have multiple pages from an EHR, from, let's say, a document that you created. And like the first page will have a page number, but the rest won't. So you want to be careful about that. We've already talked about copy and pasting. Same things with changes in handwriting and ink, where we were talking about, them trying to prove spoilage of evidence. So that's one of the things that they look for. You want to be very careful about your charges as well. I don't know if you do your own charges or someone else does, but if you're consistently charging for items that there's no documentation to support that you provided the items necessary to be charged for, you could be audited and looked at for fraudulent billing and charging. So that's, again, why your documentation is so important. If it took you 15 times to start an IV, then that would make sense that you charge for 15 cathlons. No documentation of patient education is another huge red flag. So anytime you're able to provide documentation, and you please document it as much as you possibly can. Some of the most common allegations that are brought against nurses facing professional negligence: failure to accurately assess and monitor the patient's condition. One of our most recent has been failure to communicate a decline in the patient's condition with the practitioner. Failure to notify the healthcare provider of problems or changes in status, failure to follow orders, policies, and procedures, contributing to medication errors, failure to convey discharge instructions, and failure to ensure patient safety. We also have a case recently that involves failure to convey discharge instructions. It's not in the medical record. And this person says they didn't tell them what to do, and they had a bad outcome after they left. These are some of the agencies that are involved with compliance with documentation, or they're involved with why you need to be compliant with documentation. So again, just a reminder. Reimbursement, again, is based on your documentation. So, if it's not there, you really can't bill for it necessarily. And if it's not there, there is potential that they could say that you didn't do it. So our challenges: take time to review your own documentation. Take time to review each other's documentation, because that can really show you something. If you've got somebody who does an excellent job of documentation, let them share what they do and how they time manage to be able to do it. Take time to review the Board of Nursing Nurse Practice Act. It's very important. And take time to, again, print out a full completed medical record and look at it. See if you can find all your documentation. Ask yourself 5 questions before you go in the record and see if you can find them, because it can be a challenge. And here's just some references for everyone that you can go back and get more information if you're interested. Has anybody got any questions? I did that really fast, but I try to get it all in there and try to make it worthy of your time as well.
Well, Lisa, that was a great presentation, because that is my first love other than telemedicine. I implemented our electronic medical record at UCH and North Spine Care, and here at the University Student Health Center and the residency program. You are very right. At one point, our medical students were cutting and pasting their notes, and we did not realize that. And the other thing that they're so afraid to do is when they miss something, they don't want to write an addendum. And I kept telling them, write your addendum, what happened.
Yes.
What I'm seeing lately, because I'm preparing for accreditation, is we have patient portal. So they're going to send the result to the patient portal, and oh no, let me back up. They will tell the patient, I will send you result on the patient portal, and I'm going to prescribe or give you instruction what to do. There's never a follow-up, and they think that that is okay. Or
Right.
they actually send the result, but they did not document what did they do.
Right. Yeah.
It's
Yeah. I mean, at some point, so many times people learn from getting bitten, and you just hate to see it happen that way. But I mean, sooner or later, that's going to happen if it continues on the same path, for sure.
And did you notice that our errors is more visible in electronic medical records?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. You're very right. Thank you. Good
I have a
point.
question.
Okay.
So I've recently have changed facilities. And so at like my old facility, I was used to like every hour at least charting an O2 set. At my new facility, I'm told I don't have to do that. I just do vitals when they're due for like a feeding round or something like that. So it's kind of weird that I don't have anything kind of showing I've been in the room every hour.
Right.
What's your take on that?
Yeah. I would say follow your gut first and foremost, because it's your license.
Okay.
I mean, I have found from my experience, the policies that they put in place, they do try to be not as strict as necessary, because if they put in that policy that you're going to be in that room every hour, you better be in that room every hour. Because then if you're not, then you've not followed your policy, blah, blah, blah. So I would say continue to do what you're doing to the best of your ability, because it's what's right for the patient and it's what's right to protect your license.
Okay.
That's true.
Lisa, I appreciate you. I do have one quick question because,
Okay.
And you may have touched on it and I just missed it, but in the past I've heard, say we had a difficult case and we thought, oh, this is definitely going to be a lawsuit or whatever. I'm going to put this record, I'm going to make a copy of it and stick it in my drawer or my locker. So what are your thoughts on that? I mean, I know that we're not supposed to do that, but many times people do that. So
yeah. The best advice that I can give you on that is not to do that. But what you can do is, if you feel like this is probably going to have a bad outcome, just jot down that information that's necessary for you to be able to get back to it whenever you need to get back to it. And you might even just make yourself a couple of notes, but those are going to be able to be subpoenaed if you do that. And see, the issue is, if you think at the moment this may be going to court, I need to make me a copy of the medical record, and then there's any late entries or addendums or anything like that, and they're not identified as such, and it ever is known that your copy was made, then they could get your copy and that other and compare the two and say, spoilage of evidence.
Very good point. Very good point. Thank you.
You're welcome. I appreciate y'all giving me the time today to do this. I really do. I love sharing information when I know something about it. So thank you all. And thank you all for what you do every single day. I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you, Lisa. We appreciate
and,
you.
Jennifer has my email. So if you want to share that, if anybody has further questions, I'm happy to help any way I can.
Yeah, I put everyone's email in the
Okay.
chat there. So if you want to look for it, guys, if y'all have any questions.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Okay, Kim, do you want to go ahead? We're a little a minute early. You want to go ahead and get started on your introduction?
I'll be glad to. I have the privilege of introducing Amelia De Los Reyes to you. Amelia, I've known for over 40 years. She was one of my nurses back in the late 1970s when I had a car accident and broke my neck in two places and broke my leg. And she took really good care of me back then. She has been staff nurse. She's been intensive care nurse. at DCH. I think she said she was there 33 years. It's been a long time. She got her bachelor's degree in 1973 in the Philippines and has since got a master's and a doctorate degree from the University of Alabama. She currently works at the University of Alabama. She's the Director of Quality Improvement, Accreditation, and Clinical Health Informatics at the Student Health Center and Pharmacy here in Tuscaloosa. So she's going to talk to us today about telehealth and telemedicine.
Am I ready? Hello there, everybody. It's so nice to see familiar faces since we have been on this COVID, we could hardly socialize. And I thank everybody for giving me this opportunity to share my telemedicine and telehealth experience. This is one of the new, it's not new. Everybody's always asking me, when did it happen? You know, what is telemedicine and what is telehealth? Well, to tell you, let me give you a little history about Alabama telehealth. In 2008, the university got $1 million from USDA to implement telemedicine all over the state of Alabama. So the dean said, you're one of those that can go anywhere and just shake hands with anybody. So we want you to implement this. So I went to different rural area where our former residents are practicing. And I was telling them, do you want me to give you this $50,000 equipment and we're going to do telepsychiatry and asthma education and diabetic education? And everybody was looking at me like I'm crazy. So what are you talking about? You know, so I have to educate every one of them. Of course, I have to educate myself. CTCP means Certified in Telemedicine Clinical Presentation. So there's a lot of certification there about telehealth and telemedicine. And everybody was saying, what is telehealth and what is telemedicine? You know, telehealth is really embodied, the whole thing is giving your medical consultation. You have your digital x-ray. Remember, people now, when you have your x-ray, automatically you get your result, especially from DCH and other health facility. What we're doing now is telehealth. You know, we're webinar, virtual classes, anything virtual that you're doing now is telehealth. Telemedicine is more so of your face-to-face, replacement of your face-to-face using video conferencing. So when I started this, the equipment are like $50,000. And you got to have a separate internet connection. You got to make sure everything is encrypted from the rural area physicians to your consulting site, which is the physicians who you're consulting with. So I'm not managing my screen, so I'm jumping here. Our objective, let me go back to that objectives. So our objective today is for you to learn and to define telemedicine and telehealth. And what are the different types of telemedicine and telehealth, the challenges and the benefits, and what are the limits, you know, when you're providing telehealth and telemedicine services. And what are we going to learn, and where are the resources, and where are the different organizations that you can tap in, different grants that you can tap in to develop your telemedicine services. Okay, so history of our telemedicine. Do you know, even during the World War I and World War II, they're already using telehealth, which, you know, they type in this old typewriter and send it to somebody that, hey, we're being attacked. Well, that was telehealth. And then in the African villages, they use a smoke signal to warn people that in that village, there is some infectious diseases going on. So stay away from it. So people are very, very resourceful of communicating what they want to communicate to the public without the use of technology at that time. Especially during that time, do you remember we have those walkie-talkie, we have those two-way radio. Those are used by flying doctors and different healthcare provider to communicate with those villages that they cannot drive to, or they cannot call them by telephone. They do all kinds of different resources. So that's some of the history of telemedicine, and it's been here way back in World War I. It's not a new mode of giving and providing patient care. So anyway, why do we do telemedicine? Now, this is one of those radio doctor to tell you what they want you to do, how you're going to take care of your diseases that is infecting your population. Okay, so let's go to the different, why are we doing telemedicine? When telemedicine was first invented or was first initiated by some of these very smart physicians and very smart healthcare provider, and even pharmacists and even engineers, there are so many places, not just in Alabama, but in the whole United States, where there are no doctors in rural population. Now I'm going to Alabama. You think that the state of Alabama, we have so many doctors? No, we are so short of family medicine doctors. We are so short of family nurse practitioner. We are in critical shortage of psychiatrists. There is almost 0.1% of medical students that are going to psychiatry services and specialty. It is so sad that the disparity of healthcare between rural and urban is unbelievable. So what we want to do is to improve the quality of care through collaboration. And most of the people that started this telemedicine are in academic area, like a medical school or residency program. And what they do is they partner with rural doctors and rural nurse practitioner, and they have to get grant. And in the very beginning, telemedicine was very expensive to start. Some of the equipment are so expensive compared to now. And so then when USDA and the federal government have realized how much we are spending on healthcare from those people from rural area, they have to develop some other way how to do healthcare to all of those patients in rural area. So what they did is they developed the video conferencing. It's just like now. If Kim is my patient, so I can just call Kim and say, and connect with Kim. I don't care where she is. Kim can be in the Philippines right now or in India. I can connect to her and we can do consultation through video conferencing. Well, now you have your telephone. So what do we do with our telephone? We FaceTime, correct? But not because you have a telephone and like Jennifer wants to start doing telepediatric and using her telephone and telling her patients, hey, call me on this number and we will do consultation. A lot of people are doing that now, but you got to have encryption on the telephone and even on your computer. Whatever line you're using, you have to have it encrypted so it will secure your messages and maintain your confidentiality. Okay, so then the other reason why we developed telemedicine, a lot of these people from rural area, they cannot drive 2 to 3 hours to an urban area. In Alabama, there are 67 counties, and there's only 5 that are considered by the federal government as urban, which is Tuscaloosa and Birmingham and Huntsville and Mobile. And what's the other one? Anyway, most of our area are rural. And some of these people that lives in rural area are what? They're the low income population. They are the sickest because they wait until they're very sick to find medical care. So driving from Thomasville to Tuscaloosa, Thomasville to Mobile, Thomasville to Birmingham is 2 hours. So that's 2 hours of your driving That means you have to either prepare for 1 hour, to prepare yourself, drive, and then drive to that place, get your consultation, come back. That's almost 4 hours. So if you are working and you depending on that salary to buy your grocery, most of the people will not show up, even if you say, okay, you have your consultation, but you did not show up for your consultation, because it's hard for them to drive to go to those places that are 2 to 3 hours, even for 1 hour. If you are working and if you are in the low income, that means a lot to you. The other reason is, even though they have cars, they don't have money to buy gas for their car. And there's a lot of things that our rural population are experiencing to get the right medical care for them. How about psychiatry? In all of our rural area, I can tell you that maybe 10 of our rural area have psychiatry, because right now Alabama has a critical shortage of psychiatry. And what they did when Dr. Bentley was the governor, he talked to UA, UAB, UAH, and USA to develop nurse practitioner program with concentration in mental health. But even that, when they were developing that, Medicaid said, no, I'm not going to pay for that. They can work for a provider and they can bill the provider, but not their name. Of course, that has been resolved right now. Okay, next slide. Can I move my slide? Oh, okay. Next one. With the advent of COVID-19, everybody suddenly are panicking because they have to use telemedicine. Everybody, all the doctors, I went to meeting for the Tuscaloosa Medical Society maybe about 5 years when I started doing telemedicine in 2008. So they said, hey, I went to a conference and I heard about neurology, tele ICU. How can we do this here in Tuscaloosa? So then they invited me to their meeting and everybody said, that will never happen. So when COVID-19 came about, everybody in town was calling me because I told them to be proactive. I said, hey, y'all can use telemedicine. If your patient has an infectious disease that's going on or they cannot travel, can you imagine some of our old folks, like those people at the Capstone retirement home, you know what I'm talking about? A lot of the people there cannot drive. So what we're doing is, for their lab work, we go there and walk. But then for their consultation, they connect to us here. They connect to one of our geriatric physicians to do consultation. But during COVID-19, it's just so hard for everybody to say, oh, it's so infectious. How am I going to see this patient? So suddenly, everybody was talking about telemedicine, and everybody will put a signage in their clinic to say, call me at this number. Well, we're very lucky that now the technology has improved so much. I was telling you about those $50,000 equipment. Oh, this is telemedicine right now. Jennifer, if you want to start your practice through telemedicine, I will be your office manager. You can be on you can put your lab coat and have your pajama pants while you're doing your telemedicine. So pretty much what we did with the telemedicine, everybody in town, they don't want patients to go inside their clinic. And some of them will say, hey, you can drive to our clinic, but stay in the parking lot. Why would you do that? What if you can see the patient by telemedicine, by face-to-face? Why would you tell them to drive to your parking lot? Let them stay at home. Let them call them with your phone and do a face-to-face consultation. And I was telling the physician, the one of your responsibility is to have your telephone encrypted. A lot of like UA, they encrypt all of our telephone and they encrypt all of our computer. So everything is secured and you know, you have your confidentiality. Well, I'm not going to say that you cannot get tapped. You could be tapped in by, you know, you can be hacked by somebody and listening to your consultation. That is very, very important. So with the COVID-19, what did we do? All of our patients, we let them in their car, and the nurses are in their PPE and they're screening them outside. They go to their car and they're going to do their screening. If they are negative, so we'll give them the result, and we said, here's your result. If they're positive, we're going to check all of their signs and symptoms. And then we will ask them, did you want to see the doctor face-to-face, or did you want them to do telemedicine? And of course, you have to get a consent. So we will tell them to park in one of our parking lot, and send our doctors will have their assessment and everything that the nurse has done, and they will do a face-to-face using Zoom. Now this is Zoom, and Zoom is now everywhere. It's cheap. If you want to have your encrypted Zoom, you have to pay for it. But you can actually just get it from the internet and install it on your telephone or on your laptop or on your desktop, and you can start doing telemedicine. Now, there are different kinds of telemedicine. The one that I'm telling you right now, this is video conferencing. So the only difference between what I'm doing if I'm the nurse being with the patient and what Jennifer's doing as being the nurse practitioner, or Kim being the doctor, is you're seeing me through video conferencing. What is missing? You cannot touch me, correct? So you have to depend on your patient to tell you everything. You cannot listen to my lungs and to my respiration. You cannot take my vital signs. So if you have a family member with that patient, then you can ask the family member to say, can you take her vital signs? Do you know how to take their pulse? You know, they become your eye and your hand. That's what I do in our rural population. I'll go to their clinic. I will teach everybody how to conduct a telemedicine consultation, what the consulting physicians, what do they need before the consultation? Because if I consult Jennifer and she does not know this child, it will be hard for her to do some evaluation. But if I send her the medical record ahead of time before the telemedicine, it will be easier for her to evaluate me and to assess me. So that is video conferencing. And if you're using your Zoom through your laptop, desktop, telephone, they're all the same. And is the reimbursement the same? Yes, the reimbursement is the same. Okay, now we're talking about what is store and forward telemedicine. We have a nurse practitioner. I don't know if y'all know her. I told her I'm gonna call her name. It's Kim Jones. You know, she's one of our nurse practitioner. She went for dermatology certification. So now we're doing telemedicine. How am I going to consult Kim with my rashes? You know, and I have a blister in here, or I have an acne, or I have some skin tag. They take a picture from their cell phone and send it to Kim. And Kim will download that to our electronic medical record. And if you look, I have a picture here that I took. This is what she's going to see if you have any rash or any kind of blisters or anything that you think there's something wrong with your skin. That is what they call store and forward. Or let's just say I had a surgery in let's just say in Coleman. And I went back to the hospital and my incision looks horrible. Well, I can take a picture of that and send it to my friend to UAB and say, hey, can you help me? What's going on in here? So that's store and forward. Now, we also have like digital type of telemedicine. Remember when they take your, long time ago, if you have an x-ray done, the radiologist actually has to go to a room to look at your result, and then they're going to type it and send it. Sometimes it takes 2 to 3 days to get your x-ray result. Now, as soon as your x-ray is done, some of the x-ray in Fayette Medical Center, I mean, as soon as they're done, there's a radiologist sitting in front of their computer and looking already on the film. And that's the reason why they can send the result as soon as possible. Like for us, as soon as we get all of our x-ray, they go to radiology through digital, and then in 2 hours, we'll have our x-ray results. Or I can call them and say, hey, we have a problem with this patient. Can you tell them to go ahead and read it and send the result to us? So those are all digital telemedicine. The other thing that we have is, this is the new thing that we're doing. Now, this is not new either. Did you see this? Can you go to that, to the type of telemedicine, to the pictures? Okay, so this is live video conferencing. So you can use your desktop, laptop, and your telephone. So that's as easy as connecting. So then today, how did we connect? Jennifer sent us a Zoom link. So Zoom will always, if you had your license, you can create your own Zoom link. So if you are in practice, Jennifer, that's all you do. I mean, there is a psychiatrist in Birmingham where she'll have an 8 o'clock consultation in Hoover, and a 9 o'clock in Tuscaloosa, 10 o'clock in Huntsville. They just tell the patient to say, hey, Zoom, here's my link, just click it, and you're there already. All of our psychiatrists, we're 2 full-time psychiatrists and a nurse practitioner with mental health certification. Since COVID, we have not seen them. They have been seeing patients they're at home, and they're connecting to our Zoom because the university have their own Zoom link. So we have never seen them. And guess what? I was doing a study about no-show because they always have a lot of no-show. They're packed every day, their schedule, because the students said that they like it better that way. They don't have to get up and rush, and sometimes maybe they have not even brushed their teeth when they had their 8 o'clock, mental consultation. The same is true with the physician, because most of them really are just using their lab coat and they still on their pajamas because they're at home and they make their coffee. One of our daughter mother was actually in her house because she's taking care of her. And that really make a big difference in her life. And most of our students, they don't want to go to face-to-face psychiatric consultation or ADHD clinic. They would prefer having telemedicine. So, and the other thing that we're doing right now is our patients that are congestive heart failure patient, diabetic patient, we give them this mobile. They're like your telephone. They're like digital equipment. So what they do, they enter their vital signs every morning, their intake and output, their blood sugar, and then they send it to our clinic, and we will receive those information. One of our nurses is assigned to that every day, so she will know what information are coming in. What is the advantage of that for giving our patients with diabetes, with high blood pressure, with congestive heart failure? You can actually treat them right away as soon as you get their information. Because if I'm diabetic and I'm a fragile diabetic, my blood sugar is up and down, and I'm getting insulin in the morning and at night, you can easily adjust their medication. And then of course, like who was saying about the food, what food are they taking? Are they actually compliant? Because normally the insurance are always, they're always, what do you call this? They deny their reimbursement because the patients are not compliant, and they're always telling the doctor that it was their fault that their patients are not compliant. Because now if you're Medicaid and Medicare, if you're not compliant, they can remove your Medicaid. Because if Jennifer is treating me for asthma, and I am not taking my asthma medication, and I'm not going back for office visit, or not calling her through telemedicine, then why am I being treated for all of those medication if I'm not compliant? The same is true with diabetic patient. Sometimes we cannot maintain a very good A1C. It's because they're not compliant with their medication and with their diet and with their exercises. Okay. The other thing is, I guess some of you have, can you go to that webinar where people are on the next slide? Next, one more. See, there's another, okay, here. So with Abby, she's been teaching. When COVID came, what happened to all of us? All our children went virtual. All our children went online. All of our students after spring break last year, they were not allowed to come back to the university. All of the faculty and all of the teachers in city and the county, they were just like, what are we doing? How are we going to do this online? How are we going to do this virtual? And again, technology is very important when you do telemedicine, whether it is education or whether it is healthcare. Because if you are, if you don't have, like with some of our rural area now, the broadband is being expanded to all of those areas. Well, a lot of our students have suffered because, especially those that are in rural area, because they don't have technology, they cannot connect to it. But then the university and everywhere else, they converted to virtual, and they converted to like this, you know. So this is the way that we conduct our diabetic education. So we will ask the patient, like I go to York, Alabama. So there is a clinic there, and they want to we partner with them. So we gave them their equipment, and the patient comes to the clinic on Wednesday about lunchtime. And our educator, our diabetic educator, if it's her time to lecture on that day, she will be the one telling them what are her subject matter for that day. If it's a nutritionist, a social worker, because they want to know resources from the community. If it's our exercise specialist. So this is the way we conduct our diabetic education in York, in Thomasville, in DeKalb County, in Fayette, and in Pickens. These people will not have this opportunity if we don't have this kind of technology. And it is free because Verizon is paying for this consultation. They're paying for diabetic education through telemedicine. And I'm surprised when they did that. And I was surprised when we got money from Blue Cross Blue Shield because they want us to develop school-based asthma education. So Medicaid said, hey, you know what? We're going to help y'all. This is the list of all of the county that has the most cases of asthma. So we started first in Greensboro County. We started at the elementary. We partnered with the school teachers, the principal, the superintendent. Everything is free for them. So they really like it. So this is the same principle. We get the kids and get the consent from their parents, and we do an asthma school education. What we're trying to develop right now in those rural areas for pediatric patients, so then they don't have, let's just say I'm the mother and my child is having, let's just say fever, not feeling good. Instead of I'm calling the mother before enrollment starts, we will ask them for their consent. So if this child is sick, I can call Jennifer. I'll take the child to the clinic. I will assess the student, and I'll call their parents and said, hey, you know, your child is not feeling well, and I'm gonna go ahead and consult our nurse practitioner. So I'm gonna call Jennifer. So Jennifer is going to see this child, and I was gonna tell her what the child's symptoms are, She can ask me to listen to her lungs or respiration. So some of the people here in Alabama have started that. Some of the DeKalb County have started that kind of clinic. So we're gonna try to establish this in Greene County and in Clark County and in Pickens. So we will see what's gonna happen this coming next semester. Okay, so a lot of the doctors right now, they really like this concept. And the reason why they like the concept, when we first started telemedicine, Medicare, Medicaid won't pay. And if you go to rural Alabama, most of the patients are Medicaid. You cannot find people there that has Blue Cross. Blue Cross won't even pay anything for us in Alabama. And then Medicaid, we have to go to Montgomery and actually talk to the governor and talk to the rural health director and said, and Medicaid director, why are y'all not paying for telemedicine? And they said, well, we did a survey because when the Medicaid money comes to Alabama, we have to appropriate them. Nobody's doing telemedicine. So because of that, in 2008, we sent a blast email to all the rural area Alabama Department of Public Health if they know if there are pockets of telemedicine going on in Alabama. And there was one psychiatrist actually way down in Dothan, below Dothan, I think it's in Sampson County. And he was given a grant money from the Wireless Foundation that is in Dothan. And he started doing telepsychiatry. And he's not sending claim to Medicaid because the Wireless Foundation was the one paying for the service because these are poor population. So then the governor said, hey, why don't y'all, every county or every Alabama Department of Public Health, send a group in Montgomery and we will invite the Georgia executive director because Georgia is the model of telemedicine and telehealth. They have everything. And so in 2010, that's the very first time that Alabama paid for telemedicine for children and for psychiatry. But guess what? With all of this that's going on, Medicare, Medicaid, Blue Cross, any private insurance, Viva, United Healthcare, they're now paying for any telemedicine services. It doesn't matter what it is. And this is another good thing that happened. I mean, there's good thing and bad thing about COVID, but I think the good thing that happened about COVID is now you can just do telemedicine anywhere in the United States because they don't require you to have your license. Everything is just like, oh no, you can just come here and just, practice telemedicine. Well, do you know 38,000 of our students at the university, 65% of them live from out of state. So we got all of these students still making appointment for their mental health needs, ADHD need, for the people that are birth control or any gynecological needs, they still make appointment. And as long as they want to do telemedicine, we just get their consent and we tell them who is your primary physician. So if something is happening to them, we can call the primary physician in that state, or call 911. So then they can go to their emergency room if they're having, panic attack. But right now in the state, the cost is the same. There's no, if you charge 40 and Medicare or Blue Cross paid you 30, you're gonna get the same reimbursement. But the good thing is, the bad thing and the good thing is now there's a lot of doctors outside Alabama that's invading Alabama. So what's happening? A lot of the doctors are complaining because instead of me going to Dr. Vaughn as his patient, well, I don't want to go out and I can just call teledoc or I can just call Medidoc. Have y'all tried to do teledoc or telemedicine, consulting a physician? There's a bunch of them out there. And there's a bunch of those, everybody now is doing telemedicine. Our psychiatry at University Medical Center, where the residency program is, I have not seen a patient walk into the clinic since COVID. everything is telemedicine. So if you are treating a patient that is living by themselves, they're old, hey, you know what? You can call one of their children, grandchildren. Have you seen anybody in Alabama that don't have a cell phone? I mean, I see some people that has more expensive cell phone than I do. So you can actually, because people at one time said, hey, you know, those people that are old, they don't have computer. You don't have to do computer. Oh, they don't know how to use computer. No, we did a survey. A lot of them have grandchildren or children, and they can help them with their consultation. So they don't have to dress up and take them to the clinic. And then especially those that are on wheelchair, you know, that really need total care, then you can just do their telemedicine at home. So anyway, so I just post some of the benefit of telemedicine. Well, it increased the access to care, especially for those rural population, and especially now during this COVID pandemic. And actually, DCH is going to start, you know, using some telemedicine. One of the main things that I want to share is, you know, there's now a telestroke and tele-ICU. So the government gave Coleman Regional Center. Hey, tell me when I'm going to, if I have enough time or not, okay? So their ambulance had telemedicine equipment, and most ambulances now have telemedicine equipment. So if I call 911 and they came, and the firefighter and the medic, whoever they are, I don't know, in here is the firefighter most of the time are the one that go to the house. And they assess you and they think that you're having stroke. They can go ahead and call Coleman Emergency Room. And the doctor and the person on the ambulance can go ahead and assess the patient. So before in Coleman, if you think the patient is having stroke, they have to drive that patient all the way to UAB. Well, now they take them to Coleman, because then at the emergency room, the physicians can call UAB neurologists and they assess the patient. They started the treatment. You know, they started admitting the patient. And the best thing is they start the treatment early. And some of the research that they have done, the patients recover faster. They have less disability. They go back to work faster, and the money stays in their county. So what we're doing here in Tuscaloosa, I don't know if you all know that, our School of Medicine, the residency program here at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, we partner with the UAPD, the firefighter, DCH, and some of the ambulances, you know, that has EMT. So Medicare said, hey, you know what? I am not going to pay you again if the patient, especially if they're a chronic patient, if they are readmitted within 30 days. Well, at one point, DCH just took that for granted, and they really lost a lot of money because Medicare said, I'm not going to pay you because patients should not be readmitted within 30 days. So to solve that problem, they developed this transition team. They also have nurse practitioner, nurses, firefighter, EMT, you know, UAPD, and everybody. So if the patient calls, it goes to the transition team first. If they call Dr. Miller and said, you know, my mother is having severe difficulty of breathing again, and she cannot breathe, and I need to take her back to the emergency room. No, they're going to call that number first. So they're going to go to your house, and they're going to assess that patient. And they're going to talk to the doctor and try to treat the patient there to prevent them for readmission. So just through telemedicine, you know, you call the doctor through their Zoom or through their telephone, and you see the patient and they assess the patient and they treat the patient right there. There's a nurse on site, so you prevent readmission. The same is true with the nursing home. You know, if you send a nursing home patient to the emergency room, and Georgia did this study, they save almost $2 million in just 1 year. So they have nursing home, and they contracted with their emergency physician, and some of their cardiologists and neurologists, and they gave them all of this telemedicine equipment. So, and they trained the nurses. So if this patient is getting sick, having difficulty of breathing, they're not able to, they're unresponsive, they'll take the telemedicine equipment in the room, they'll connect to the emergency room, and they're consulting each other. So your nurse becomes your eye and your hand, and you can ask her, can you take the blood pressure? What can you hear? And guess what? If Jennifer is the nurse practitioner, I'm calling and she said, Amelia, I want to hear the heart rate. I want to hear the heartbeat. I want to hear the lungs. Well, we now have digital blood stethoscope. So we can just, sync. The stethoscope has a number. It's just like a link, like Zoom. We can sync it with your Zoom, and you can hear the heartbeat. You can hear the lungs. We even have an otoscope, a digital otoscope now. If Jennifer said, I want to see the airway, I want to see their ear or their eyes. It's amazing what we have and what are available right now. Okay, so it reduced readmission, patient satisfaction is high, and it really lowered the cost, because if you are, like I was telling you all about telemonitoring, we have really treated a lot of patients that has diabetes through telemedicine, adjusting their medication, and people that have congestive heart failure, adjusting their Lasix, and monitoring their blood pressure and their intake and output and their weight. It is amazing what telemedicine can do. Okay, well, there's a lot of challenges. Of course, if you are here at the university, there's no challenge because all of the supporters are here. Like, I have an IT person on site. We learn from the sales representative. They give us all kinds of education. We have video education, we have face-to-face education, we have hands-on education. And then we go to the different doctors' offices and we teach. That's for them to know how to troubleshoot the equipment. And that's the challenge there. When you go to some of this rural area, like even at Cahaba Medical Center with Dr. Waits, they have residency program there. In Thomasville, you have Dr. Yoder and their husband and wife. And in Pickens County, you have Dr. Booth. And, we go as far as DeKalb County. And some of this area has poor connection even now with the improved broadband. Sometimes you have interruption. Well, do not panic if you're the nurse or if you're the doctor. You just tell them to okay, let's restart the computer, okay? Or if they really have a problem, they don't have an IT people, to really go on site. So most of the time, if we really have a lot of patients, like I can drive to DeKalb County in 2 hours, and I will be the nurse on site, making sure that we can see all of those patients. And you got to really teach them how to troubleshoot IT technology, because most of the time that's the problem. Even though the nurses are now doing electronic medical record, they're not exposed to this kind of technology, not unless they started doing telemedicine. So for right now, telemedicine is here, guys. It's not going to go away. And now we are doing all kinds of telemedicine. We are doing teleneurology. Dr. Potts works at the VA. And the VA used a lot of technology because most of their patients are all over the world. So have you seen their mobile bus? Have y'all seen one of their mobile bus? So one of their mobile bus goes all the way as far as Demopolis and Selma, or all the way to Fayette, so their patients does not have to drive here in Tuscaloosa. And then in their mobile bus, there is their doctors, the nurse practitioner, and a nurse. And that's what they do. They telemedicine. So the patient don't have to drive, and they don't have to decrease the amount of time of traveling, money, and there are a lot of things that they can help the patient to do the telemedicine. That's what they do also all the way to Selma or Demopolis. They will tell them what day they're coming. And our telepsychiatry is all over Alabama. We have 4 psychiatrists, and they do telepsychiatry from Clark County to York, all the way to DeKalb County, to Fayette, to Pickens, to Carrollton. And we're starting our prenatal telemedicine because Medicaid came to us here at University Medical Center and said, you know, if you go towards Walker County in this little town of Paris, did y'all know where I'm talking about, Paris and Sipsey? Okay, guys, I grew up in the Philippines. I know all of this county in Alabama. You know, the Medicaid spend almost $500,000 a year for all of these kids below 25, early pregnancy, no prenatal. When they go to Walker County Hospital and to deliver, they always have complication and they stay longer. Is it time for me to stop? Jennifer? Is it time for me to stop? Okay. So anyway, think about all of the telemedicine and technology. If you are in healthcare, go and use it. You know, especially, Jennifer, there is now tele-NICU. Because there's not a lot of hospital that has NICU. So what they do, their family practitioner, most of them are family practitioner, they will get the patients in the emergency room that has a telemedicine, and they'll consult a NICU doctor or a NICU nurse practitioner, you know, through telemedicine. So it's amazing what technology can do for us, especially these young kids that are in rural area. You know, one of my friends in Atlanta is now doing telepsychiatry for children. And the children, at first, they were worried how the children is going to react, because now they're sitting down in front of the television and you can see their face, they can see their face, and then they can see the doctor. And later on, when they do their consultation, they'll say, Mom, I want to dress up because I'm going to be on television. You know, so, you know, there's barriers, but you can actually explain to the patient what you're doing, what's the benefit, how it's going to help them. And it is our responsibility to communicate and educate our doctors in rural area, the nurse practitioner, because now with the shortage of family medicine, I'm working with the Alabama Rural Health Association as one of their board of director. I mean, they're recruiting nurse practitioner left and right. I mean, everywhere. Because, you know, there's not a lot of family medicine anymore, because it's not like everybody was saying, oh, you know, oh, she's a piece of family medicine. Oh, that's not like being a surgeon or being a cardiologist. So it does not appeal to some of the medical students lately to go to family medicine, and it does not appeal psychiatry to them. So in the early stage of their medical education, they're being exposed to psychiatry and to family medicine. Here at the University of Alabama, we have the family medicine program, and we have the medical rural scholarship program. If you are from any of the county and you get accepted to this program, from the time you step at the university to the time you finish your residency program, you are not going to pay anything. The only way that you can pay the university is to go back to your rural community and practice there for 4 years. But if you have nurse practitioner that needed job, I can refer you to every county in our state, because they are a lot of our rural health. You know, it's so sad that some of them has they were saying, how come we still have not had our COVID? Well, some of them does not even have a nurse or a doctor in their Department of Public Health. They use social worker, they use psychologists, but they don't have nurses, nurse practitioner, or doctor. So they will say, you know, our county still have not received any of the COVID vaccine, because nobody coordinates with the state when they get their vaccine. So anyway, the challenges is always reimbursement, which now is not a problem. So what we are anticipating is what will happen if really there will be an after COVID, I forgot to tell you, before you have to be 50 miles away to do telemedicine so you can get paid. So if I'm here in Tuscaloosa and you're in Northport, you're not gonna qualify. But now it doesn't matter where you are. So now even if you're in the next room and I don't want to see Jennifer face to face, I'm going to just, FaceTime her, or I'm just gonna Zoom her. And I said, hey Jen, don't get out of your room. Just look at me, and you can do consultation right now. So it doesn't, that's the good thing about telemedicine right now. You can be anywhere. It doesn't matter what is the diagnosis. It doesn't matter what's the service that you want. Medicare, Medicaid, and all the Blue Cross and all of the private insurance are paying for it. And it doesn't matter what state, because before, it's just like us nurses, before we can go to another state to practice, we either have a multi-state license or we have to take the exam for that state. The same is true with telemedicine. Before, you have to you need to make sure that that state will allow you to do telemedicine in that state. Well, of course, Alabama, they allow every doctors everywhere in Timbuktu to practice telemedicine in Alabama. If you are a retired employee of the state, one of your benefits is you can actually use teledoc instead of dressing up and going to your doctor. So sad that they contracted with teledoc instead of our local physicians, because at one time nobody wants to do telemedicine. Now that it's here, they're trying to convince the university you have to give it back to Alabama doctors, because teledoc, they're everywhere. They're in Louisiana, they're in Missouri, and they're the one that's doing our teledoc. And if you are a retired employee of the university or the state, they will pay for it on their own pocket. So anyway, right now, these are all of the services that Alabama is doing. We're doing telepsychiatry for the DeKalb County Youth Services and Juvenile Court at Carrollton and Pickens. And these are child and adult telepsychiatry. We're gonna start doing prenatal in Walker and Fayette. And I forgot about telenutrition. They're now they are also paying for telenutrition. Before, they will not. So if you are pregnant or you are diabetic, or if you're one of this person with celiac disease and you need a special nutrition consultation, before, our dietitian can call you or can do telemedicine, but they're not getting paid. So now they're paying for that. Telesleep disorder, can you imagine that? Dr. Geyer have actually started doing telesleep disorder or telesleep tests in Fayette through telemedicine. Telepediatric, Jennifer, is everywhere. School-based asthma clinic. The school-based telepediatric is getting to be very popular. And the reason is because, you don't want to take the kids out of the school. And it takes at least 3 to 4 hours before you take them back. So you lose that time. And so with the parents. So now there's a lot of county and city schools that are developing telepediatric clinic. We'll talk about that, Jennifer. Maybe you can do that later on. So we're Paris Capstone Rural Health. We gave them one of those expensive equipment. And now they have a doctor that goes there and a psychiatrist that goes there. So they're doing telepsychiatry and diabetic education. The Veterans Hospital, of course, that they have every kind of technology for telemedicine. And Monroeville, I drove all the way to Monroeville. I cannot believe I will go there, but I saw the place where the Mockingbird author lives. So we have 4 former residents that are practicing there. So we gave them equipment, and now they're also doing telemedicine, psychiatry, diabetes, and they can consult. And where we now have a neurologist that comes to University Medical Center. So when she's here, if they want to consult her, then we do telemedicine. So anyway, I'm gonna let y'all ask me some questions. If you need my lecturer, or if you need other information, or my email address, Jennifer has all of that information. So do you all have any questions for me?
I have one. Do you see it common like in the NICUs yet?
Well, like in Georgia, any place outside of an urban area that has a hospital, they might not have a NICU. So what they do is they go ahead and put all of their ambulance in Georgia has telemedicine in every emergency room. So when a little child is very, very sick, they go ahead and call this emergency room. So if you are in the 7th county in Tuscaloosa, you're going to call DCH. So they're going to consult one of the neonatologists or one of the nurse practitioners that works in NICU, and they will say, hey, go ahead and start this, and go ahead and drive the person all the way to UAB or to DCH or to Meridian if they're closer to Meridian. So no, tele-pediatric and tele-ICU is becoming very popular, and so with tele-ICU, there are some rural area, well, most of our rural hospitals are closing, which is sad because of money and reimbursement. And some of this area, they partner with the next county that has hospital. So then they can, some of them, they have they give them connection through their computer. And they also use community center computer for old people or for people that don't have any computer or they really don't have telephone. They go to some of their community center that has computer. And the governor said, put computer in every library in your town. And I want, if you're any of your, what do you call it, senior center, put computer there. It is a mandate to put computer on all of those areas. And now, if you have been reading, we got this money from the government because of all of this complaint about online teaching, especially in rural area. So they're putting Comcast, whatever, AT&T, lines so people can have technology, because that way we can provide healthcare to them. And the costly healthcare is in rural Alabama. I mean, Medicare and Medicaid spend a lot of money in our rural population. So they really want to start using telemedicine. Okay, so if there's no question, thank you for this opportunity to share what we're doing here and to share about what telemedicine is. So I'm going to, do you want me to go ahead and introduce Brenda?
Is she on here yet? I haven't seen her. I was trying to go through the names to see if she has joined us yet.
What time is it? Maybe I need to call her.
Yeah, we're a little,
are we ahead?
We're ahead. So she was scheduled for 11:30 and
oh,
yes.
Oh, okay. Maybe give them a bathroom break.
Yes, yeah.
Give everybody a bathroom break.
Most definitely. If anybody needs to go real quick, we'll wait until she gets here. That was a good lecture. Thank you for that. It's very interesting. And, we had talked about, you mentioned the COVID pandemic. We had talked about last year when it first happened, because, we only have 3 neonatologists at DCH. They work on both campuses. And we were thinking, well, what happens if they get wiped out, or even the practitioners? So this is something that we could have definitely benefited from, for sure.
Yeah, Brian Kindred have reached out to us. They were saying that if they really need services, if we're partner with them, and all our residents do their rotation at DCH. And so actually, if you want grant on telemedicine, Dr. Wallace is a nephrologist at UAB. He got, I think, $5 million grant from the federal government.
Oh, wow.
There's grant out there for telemedicine. So what he's doing, those patients that go to UAB for dialysis, they go to their town public health. So they give equipment to all of those public health. So after the dialysis, then they connect to him. and say, I'm done, and this is the lab work after dialysis, and what do you want me to do? So if everything is fine, you go home, and if he thinks there's something wrong with your sodium potassium, then he will prescribe you some medicine. Then you go home. Instead of like these people from Clanton, Alabama, before they have to drive all the way to UAB and park and then go for their dialysis. So now they go to their public health, as far as all the way they're going to Montgomery and going towards Gadsden. Anything that is like 2 hours perimeter from Gadsden, from UAB, they are able to connect to him.
Okay.
So now what he wanted is he wants a multi services, like us, we are multi clinic. We have family medicine, we have pediatric, we have internal medicine, neurology, psychiatry, OBGYN. So because UAB have so much specialty, he's now created this global telemedicine at UAB and give all of these physicians some, incentive to participate. And huge. And at one time he said, come to UAB and help me. And I said, no, I'm too old for that. I'm just gonna stay here in my little corner. Yeah, but if y'all want to research that, those that are teaching, there are so many grants there for telemedicine, teleeducation. A lot of money. And if you go to one of these telemedicine conference, they always invite a federal representative for our state. And her name is Felton, I think. And she always will tell, what are y'all doing? Here's the money. The money's waiting for y'all to get it. Apply for it. And the thing is, it's so easy right now. Oh, I forgot, since we're waiting for her to come in, malpractice, people have asked me about malpractice. Well, the malpractice will come if you are, let's just say, I called you, Jennifer, and I said, hey, Jen, I'm really having, like sore throat and just like shoulder pain. And can you prescribe something for me? We are on FaceTime, and your specialty is NICU, and I'm, this old. And so where's the liability there? So you ordered me some Lortab and you ordered me something and I reacted to it. And then now we're not friends because I'm suing you. You see? So that's one. If you like, it's easy for your friend to call you because they know, because I experienced this with my husband and maybe Martha too. They call your husband and you hear that, hey, I know it's Saturday, but my doctor is not open on Saturday. Can you just prescribe me this? I said, quit doing curb medicine. It's going to get you in trouble. The other thing is if you say, oh my God, it's so easy to develop telemedicine services. That's just what I'm going to do. So you got you a computer and you got your Zoom, and then you did not encrypt it. So if your patient said, hey, I saw where I can see your consultation and my consultation on Facebook. That happened. And that happened before because this is a clinical psychologist in Oakland. And he was doing behavioral health therapy. And what he's using and what the patient has are not encrypted. So people was able to hack it, and it was on Facebook. So there's a lot of things that you really need to be very careful with using a lot of technology. There's a lot of good thing and bad thing, but if you're encrypted, you're encrypted. If somebody hack you, it's just like what she said. If you're doing the right procedure and you made a mistake, you're following the policy and procedure. But if you're doing a procedure on your own, then that's gonna be. Do you see her? Do I need to call her?
She just came up. She's coming in right now.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Brenda. Can you hear us? She may be still getting connected.
Martha, thank you.
Brenda,
Thank you,
can you?
hermana.
Hey, Marta.
Hi.
Hi, Brand.
We were just sitting here chatting. We had finished up a little early. We were just waiting on you to come in.
Okay, I was afraid that maybe I was too early, so I was afraid to speak.
Okay.
Hi, Brand.
Brenda, I was going to tell you, I can drive for you. I'll warn you, I'm obviously not a good driver. I did this for Amelia earlier, but if you want to, you can have access to the screen and drive your own PowerPoints if you want, or I can do it for you. You just tell me.
I'm happy to give over the driving to somebody else.
Okay, I'll do it. But listen, you just tell me when to move along, because I was I was obviously not keeping up very well with Amelia and her. So you just tell me when you want me to move.
Okay, no problem.
All right,
Hey, everyone.
I'm gonna pull you up and let Amelia introduce you real quick, okay?
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Welcome, Brenda.
Thank
for
you.
accepting the invitation. We are so pleased that you're here. Brenda is a very well-recognized leader here in Tuscaloosa. She is the executive director of the Tuscaloosa Safe Center in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. This standalone program was a passion that she followed through from inception to completion about 2.5 years ago. In addition to providing the framework and day-to-day operation of the program, she provides direct patient care to adult and adolescent patients who are victims of sexual assault. The facility offers full-time 24-hour sexual assault services, from forensic examination to follow-up medical care, advocacy and trauma-informed cognitive behavior therapy, and many other wrap-around services. A master's prepared nurse with a dual degree in education, Mrs. Maddox brings approximately 30 years experience in women's health nursing. Mrs. Maddox is an internationally published nurse researcher, and her area of expertise is nursing orientation and annual competency assessment. She provides expert medical case and record review for medical malpractice cases. She also served on the board of the Alabama chapter of IAFN as the secretary and treasurer. Let's welcome Brenda.
Thank you so much. So I think I have 30 minutes, right?
45.
Oh, 45. Okay, well, that might work out well. I was going to say I'm going to rush through so that we can get to all of it, but maybe I won't have to talk quite so fast. So, okay, you can advance the slide. Okay, so at the Tuscaloosa Safe Center, our mission is to provide that 24-hour compassionate, patient-centered healthcare, advocacy, and counseling services to anyone who's experienced sexual assault. So each of those people are empowered to begin their healing journey. And we do know that it is a journey. It is not something that is going to happen when we see them here at the center, and it's not going to happen overnight. And through our community outreach and education programs, we hope to promote social change in West Alabama to eventually end sexual violence. Okay. So we are a community-based nonprofit center, and we're designed to meet the emotional, medical, and forensic needs of a sexual assault patient. We are the only one in the 9-county West Alabama region. I won't read all of those counties that we cover, but you have it there. We care for anyone 14 years of age and older, regardless of gender, who's experienced sexual assault. Anybody have any ideas? And please, this is going to be very informal, and I really would like feedback from you guys. So you can unmute yourself and talk at any given time. Anyone have any idea why we chose 14 as our age of cutoff? No ideas? In Alabama, the age of medical consent is 14. So you can see where I'm going with that. A patient can come here at age 14 and not have to have their parents' permission to receive medical care. Now, we are mandated reporters, so anyone who shows up under the age of 18, we do have to report to not their parents, but to DHR or law enforcement or both. And of course, their parents are going to find out that way. But we don't have to have their parents' permission. And on the other end of that, if they decline to have the exam done, we're not going to force them to. Even if their parents say, I'm the parent, I say so, we are not going to do it. So we are staffed by nurses under the leadership of a medical director, and we're able to see patients who are medically stable, meaning that patient doesn't need to see a doctor, because we are not staffed by a doctor here. We are all nurses, specially trained nurses, and we don't have a physician here on site. We do have that medical director who is available to us and who wrote our standing protocols with me. But that's the reason we have to make sure that they're medically stable. So we do a medical screening exam on the phone before we ask them to come to the center. And then we do a secondary assessment once they get here to the center. We can do things like first aid. Think a Band-Aid, you know, a bruise, a cut, that type of thing. We can give mild pain medication like Tylenol or ibuprofen, but that's it. Anything other than that needs to go to the hospital, where we will go follow them and do the exam there. And like I said, we are unique in that we are a totally nurse-run program. It gives us a lot of autonomy, and it also gives us the ability to testify as experts. Here in Tuscaloosa, the only experts on sexual assault work here at the center. So even if something were to go to court, it wouldn't be a physician testifying, it would be one of the nurses. Okay? So like I said, we provide services to individuals 14 and older. Oh, there's a typo there, sorry. We do forensic medical examinations. We do follow-up medical care. We provide medications for sexually transmitted infections and pregnancy preventions if they desire that. We do counseling. We do a very specialized trauma-informed cognitive behavioral counseling, outreach and education, and we provide all of these services at no expense to the patient whatsoever. Okay. So this is us. We are located next to Emergicare, if you're familiar with Tuscaloosa. Between that and the vet building, our contact number is 205-860-SAFE. And we are open in the office physically 8:30 to 4:30 Monday through Friday, but we are open 24/7. We never close. Since the day we opened our doors on November 1st of 2018, there has not been a moment where we have not provided services. And we're really proud of that, because these agencies are very hard to keep up and running. They're hard to keep funded. They're hard to keep staffed. So the fact that we have not had to take a hiatus at all is quite something to be proud of. And I am proud of that, especially with COVID over the last year. Okay. So we're going to go over a few things. These are just kind of the overview of what we're going to talk about, and you can advance. So what is a SANE? Go ahead. A SANE is a registered nurse who has completed advanced education and training to provide comprehensive health care to a very specific population of people, and that is survivors of sexual assault. I won't go through all of what the role includes. It's the typical nursing kind of language. We're giving holistic care to all of our patients. Go ahead. So the background of the specialty is that it is a subset of forensic nursing. It started in the 1970s, basically when a group of nurses in the ER thought, this is not the best place for patients that have been sexually assaulted to be. They're not sick. Most of the time, they're not critically injured to the point where they need to see an ER doctor. And once you go into a room with a sexual assault patient, you can't come out until everything is completed, and you can't relinquish that kit out of your sight until it's signed over to law enforcement. So they're very time-consuming examinations. And in the ER, it required that the nurse go in and do a lot of work. And then it required that the physician go in and do the pelvic exam and that part of it. And that was very distressing to people. So nurses thought, we can do better than this. And they felt like that the care that they were getting in the ER did not meet the standard of care that these patients needed. So they led the efforts to improve this. And out of that came the first SANE programs, 1976 in Memphis, Tennessee, 77 in Minneapolis, and then 79 in Texas. And these nurses were working in isolation until the early 1990s because of two factors mainly. First, the role of the SANE was an expansion of the regular RN practice, and they knew that it required additional education beyond that standard nursing education. So that kind of had to be written into boards of nursing's requirements and that type of thing. And secondly, the professionals like the courts, the district attorneys, the judges, they were all used to working with physicians in the past. And they were really reluctant to take on the nurses in that expanded role because they weren't accustomed to that. But that quickly changed. Go ahead. So some significant things that happened to accelerate the development was that in 1992, the International Association of Forensic Nurses was formed. And secondly, the forensic nursing was recognized then as being a nursing subspecialty by the ANA in 1995. In 1997, the Office for Victim of Crime, which is a Department of Justice component, recognized that research showed SANEs provided better care and better evidence collection. And so what started to happen was when SANEs were involved in the case, when it went to court, most of the time it never even got to court because the defense attorneys realized that the evidence was so good that they probably weren't going to get out of it. Prior to that, they could drive trucks through the holes in the documentation and that type of thing. So many people were getting off on those types of technicalities. In 2016, there were over 800 SANE programs in the United States, and it's now considered to be the standard of care for medical facilities to provide that type of care to all victims of rape and abuse. And SANEs have been instrumental in assisting with a coordinated response from advocacy, law enforcement, and prosecution, bringing together SART teams and that type of thing. Okay. So what level of education is needed to become a SANE? First of all, you have to be a registered nurse. Then you have to, and this is kind of a, most people will say that you have to have 2 years experience. That is not true technically. It's not written that way, but you do, in order to set for the examination, just like any other specialty examination, have to have the hours behind you, and that equates to 2 years of experience as a sexual assault nurse examiner. And they don't even allow that you set for the test unless you've had that much time. So by that time, you're 2 years as an RN. Okay. So if a nurse doesn't come out of school with the ability to provide forensic examinations and care for these victims of sexual assault, how does that nurse get that education? Go ahead. So what happened was the International Association of Forensic Nurses came out with educational guidelines, and I will not bore you with the book of requirements that is needed to follow those educational guidelines. But also the Alabama Board of Nursing came out with their Chapter 610X7, which defines a sexual assault nurse examiner as a registered nurse who, through additional education and supervised clinical practice, has acquired knowledge, skills, and judgment specific to providing health services to sexual assault or rape victims, including forensic examinations. So when I sat down and because I am a certified SANE, I teach these classes. When I sat down and wrote my curriculum, I wrote it based on what the IFN's educational guidelines were following the Board of Nursing for Alabama. So we were making sure that we were following everything that we needed to have under our belts. Go ahead. So the education is a minimum of a 40-hour didactic coursework that yields a minimum of 40 continuing nursing education contact hours from an accredited provider of nursing education, so from the Board of Nursing or that type of thing, or a national equivalent from an educational institution. So it can be done through a university, through HRSA grants, that type of thing. Also, it can be done through certified SANEs like myself. And then there's also the clinical component, which includes simulated clinical experiences and actual hands-on that has to be completed in addition to the coursework and cannot be part of that 40-hour didactic course. And what we end up doing is the person that is doing the training for those people are the ones that are qualified to determine when they are clinically competent. Okay? So there is a difference between a SANE and a certified SANE, and that little difference is that as a SANE, you've gone through all of that training and you have earned the right to place SANE under your name as a descriptor. As a certified SANE, that means that you have taken a very rigorous international certification. That certification in the past has had a pass rate of about 35 to 40%, which is very daunting, and most people don't really want to put themselves out there because unless they're going to teach or run a program, they don't need it. Some of the best nurses, SANEs in the world never become certified because of that. In the past, and I am currently working with the IFN on a board to improve not the rates, because we don't want to make the test something that is easy to take, but on education so that nurses are able to be prepared to pass the test at better rates. And so those that have taken this exam have earned the right to use SANE A, meaning they're adult and adolescent SANEs, or SANE P, which means they're pediatric, or both after their name. So it's a certification that they can use associated with their name. Okay. So what can one expect from SANE services? So you're going to get a sexual assault nurse examiner and an advocate who will meet the patient at the center. Their options will be discussed in detail and consents are signed. Consents for a SANE are very, very different than the normal consent that you think about in a hospital. There, you're letting somebody know what will happen if they consent and what will happen if they don't consent. Here, every step of the way, we have to recheck to make sure that the patient is consenting to every little thing we do. So we go over everything at the beginning, and then as we get ready to do it, when we say, I'm going to do your head to toe exam now, is that still okay? They have to say yes. I'm going to collect evidence now. Is that okay? They have to say yes to each and every part of what we're going to go through. And we start with an interview. If the patient wants law enforcement involved, we will have law enforcement at the center, and they will tell their story one time. And that is to decrease secondary trauma. They're going to be asked to change into a gown, and a head-to-toe exam will take place. Law enforcement will have left at that point. They'll go out to the scene, they'll go process their paperwork, they'll go get search warrants, whatever they need to do, and we will take over with patient care at that point. The first thing we're going to do is assess for injury. Medical always trumps forensics. We're always going to be looking at, is the patient okay medically? And we're going to do forensic collection kind of as an aside, because we are uniquely situated while we're doing that exam to collect the best evidence. We're going to take photographs. We're going to collect that evidence, and we're going to give prophylactic medications. We give 3 types of antibiotics for the most common sexually transmitted infections in our region. And then we give Plan B if that's what they choose. The patient is given the option to shower, and we provide clean new clothing and hygiene products to the patient at that point. And then the patient is discharged with a follow-up plan in place, and they're given the appropriate referrals. And again, all of this is done by checking in with the patient at each step, asking them if it's still okay. All right. We always have an advocate for the patient, and that's somebody who is there just for the patient. You know, I tell my patients that everybody in the world is going to want something from you if you choose to come forward, if you choose to do an exam, if you choose to participate in the judicial system. We're all going to be asking for something. Even as a nurse, I am going to be asking for parts of their body. I'm going to be asking for their clothing. I'm going to be asking a lot of questions. So we want somebody to be there that is doing nothing but giving back to the patient. And that's the advocate. Those are volunteer roles. They come from our community. They come from the university for university students. And they are there strictly to assist the patient emotionally and to provide them with their rights and help assist them through case management. They may need things. Sometimes we find that, you know, just a couple of days ago, I had to drive to Dothan to pick up a shower bar for an elderly patient because she couldn't progress in her healing process when she was worried about slipping and falling when she takes a shower. So we have to, you know, make sure that they have the needs met to help them through their day-to-day life so that they can concentrate on their mental health also. And we provide all that through our advocates. They will also help with them when they go to court, help them through that judicial system. Okay. So what are their reporting options? They basically have 4 reporting options. They can come to us and fully disclose with law enforcement involved, evidence collection, treatment, all of this leading up to prosecution, or they can come as a Jane Doe or a John Doe. And they report with evidence collection and treatment, possibly for later prosecution. That kit is not sent to the crime lab, however, so they're not going to get any answers. And a lot of people come looking for answers. They want to know, were they drugged? Did something really happen and they don't remember? There's a lot of questions involved with it, and they're looking for answers. And unfortunately, as a Jane Doe or a John Doe, they're really never going to know those answers unless they decide to prosecute, because kits do not go to the crime lab to be processed unless they report. I hope that one day we'll have the ability to test all kits regardless, because that's how we're going to find the serial rapists and people who use that as a mode of operation. And then the third way is no disclosure to law enforcement whatsoever. They come here just to make sure their bodies are okay, and we provide that for them. They don't have to participate with law enforcement in order to get medical care. in order to get prophylactic medications and to be reassured that they're okay. And then a fourth way of disclosing is through the university. They have the ability through Title IX to ask the university for school sanctions or to proceed with civil litigation. Okay. So we are very proud of our follow-up exams. Across the country, follow-up exams for sexual assault patients are about 40%. We have a nurse here that works full-time, and she does our follow-up exams for us, our clinical coordinator. And she has done a phenomenal job of building this program. It's been in existence for about a year now, and she consistently sees follow-up rates of 80 to 85%. So we are very happy that she has been so successful with that. And our patients are getting more than just the initial, do the exam and send them on their way and never see them again. This has increased our ability to provide case management. It's increased our ability to make sure that they get those wraparound services, that they're getting HIV testing and treatment if that's what they want, and that they're getting counseling services. Okay. So I would like you guys to unmute yourself at this point, and I want to talk a little bit about rape prevention. And I want to start by you guys giving me some ideas that you think we can do to help prevent rape. Come on, you can speak up.
I think education.
Education? Mm-hmm.
To high school students, maybe junior high students.
Yeah.
College students.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know that college students in their freshman year are highest risk. So that's really scary. But yeah, education, the sooner you can start it, the better.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Brenda, is starting with your children. Just like you would do, the sex education about the birds and the bees, so to speak, start there at that point, or even, whatever's appropriate for your child's age. I think it's important that we start when they're young.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else? No. Okay, so let's move on then. All right, so rape prevention tip number 1. Alcohol is so often a factor in sexual assault. This is why college students are at such high risk. They're often away from family and close supervision for the first time in their lives. So, go ahead. If you think alcohol could be a factor for you, stay away from alcohol. If you see someone else drunk, don't rape them. Stay away from them. Alcohol is not your friend. It may cause you to make bad choices. Tip number 2. You may be at risk if you're alone. So, if you think you might rape someone because you're alone, always surround yourself with others who can stop you. Rape prevention tip number 3, use the buddy system. If you don't think you can be trusted not to attack a defenseless person, have your buddy restrain you. And rape prevention tip number 4, carry a rape whistle. If you find yourself about to rape someone, blow your whistle until someone can come to stop you. And then rape prevention tip number 5, never forget honesty is the best policy. When asking someone out, don't pretend you're interested in them as a person. Tell them straight up that you intend to be raping them later. If you don't communicate your intentions, they may take that as a signal that you don't intend to rape them. Okay. So that's kind of a tongue-in-cheek look at who is to blame in the case of rape. I agree, education is number 1. but that education needs to be directed at the rapists. We need to preach consent, what consent looks like, and we need to empower our women, some men. 17% of our patients are men, but we need to really push that point of consent home, because the only way we're ever going to prevent rape is to prevent a rapist from raping. And it's so well accepted due to the rape culture that direct women to watch what they're wearing, don't drink alcohol, don't let anyone, don't let your beverage out of your hands because somebody might spike it. Don't act provocatively, downplay your sexuality, avoid men. It portrays all men as powerless against their sexual urges. They can't help it. They're just so passionate. It's a crime of passion. Rape culture demeans everyone, and everyone needs to speak out against it. Not all men are rapists, but it's a sad thing because they all get painted with the same brush. There was something I heard the other day, and I need to go look it up, but they were talking about what would you do if all of a sudden somebody waved a magic wand and took all of the bad people out of the world at once? What would you as a woman do? And you know, a lot of women said, I would go skinny dipping in the river. I would walk in the woods alone. I would go out and dance with abandon and not worry that somebody was going to hurt me. And, you know, that's really something powerful to think about. Okay. So rape culture, you know, it doesn't start with that gang rape, murder, molestation, rape violence, sexual violence kind of idea. That's not where it starts. That's where it ends. Where it starts are those rape jokes, those boys will be boys, unequal pay for women, sexist attitudes, locker room banter, victim blaming. You know, well, she shouldn't have drank so much. I saw a t-shirt one time, and you guys will know, I don't remember it exactly, but it said something like, you know, 2 beers, $20, you know, 6 shots of tequila, $30. Going home with her afterwards, priceless. You know, it's that type of thing that leads to the degradation, the removal of autonomy, and that explicit violence that it culminates in. Okay. Now, how many times have you heard or repeated things that would qualify as making light of a sexual assault? You know, I asked this to a group of college students, and every single hand went up. We know that it's bantered about. We know that, you know, it's kind of made fun of, but accepting that and not speaking out about it is tantamount to approving it. So we really have to commit ourselves to promoting a more healthy environment and not condoning that type of banter. Okay. Now this slide, there's a typo in it, but I like the display of it, the demonstration here. So I use it anyway, but it's 1 in 6 boys or men will experience sexual assault at some time in their lives. So guys always seem to get the bad rap, but just be aware that, you know, they are not immune to this. And in college, it's quite frequent. In the military, it's quite frequent. Okay. So I really like this too, where it talks about women aren't the enemy and men aren't the enemy. The enemy is the rapist. And it's 1 in 4 women will be sexually assaulted in their lifetime. So take a look at how many people are on this call. Think about that. Only 1 in 6 will report their rape. And you often hear about false reports. Only 0.2% of women falsely report. And that is the same rate as any other felony is falsely reported. During their lifetime, 1 in 6 men will be assaulted. 1 in 17 men will commit a rape in their lifetime. And 6% of men commit multiple rapes each. I read a study a while back, and I can't remember the exact numbers either. I need to look the study back up again. But they did a interview of college-age men, and they asked them to self-report anonymously if they had ever done, and they listed a bunch of things that qualified as sexual assault. And a staggering number of those young men said yes, like 80%. And then they asked if they had done it multiple times. And like 60% said they had done it multiple times. So rapists are the enemy, not men, not women, just rapists. Okay? So what to expect after an assault? We'll go into that a little bit. And I wanted to add this in here because are any of you familiar with the neurobiology of trauma? No? Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the neurobiology of trauma. So after the patient is sexually assaulted, they're going to have a lot of questions, including why did it happen? Could they have prevented it? Since I was drinking, is it my fault? We make sure that we really drive home that no one ever deserves to be assaulted. You can't consent to sex if you're under the influence of alcohol or drugs, that type of thing. Okay. So during a trauma, and this, Jennifer, you just kind of have to click through, and as you click through it, it'll be fine. You know, I'll just kind of try to catch up and stuff. But so the trauma response is that the prefrontal cortex shuts down. Okay, so the prefrontal cortex is that part of the brain that is your thinking brain. It's what made you make the decision to log on today, to listen to what was happening in front of you. It's that part of the brain that allows you, if your phone dings and you have a text, to look down at that text or to continue listening, that type of thing. So it gives you basic reasoning and that high level rational thought. But under stress and fear, that prefrontal cortex will, will shut down, okay? And the amygdala takes over. And the amygdala is responsible for your survival instincts. Okay, now you can progress. Okay, so we are evolutionarily hardwired in our responses to trauma. And we produce in our brain, in trauma, a bunch of different hormones, but 4 basic hormones. One or all of them, depending upon who you are and how you respond. First being natural adrenaline, and that's to give you that burst of speed so that you can run away really quick if you have to, or fight if you have to. The other is cortisol, which is energy, and that gives you the energy to run, the energy to fight. The next is endorphins, or that natural morphine, which will provide you pain relief if you're injured. And then oxytocin, which promotes good feelings, which can be very confusing for the victim of a sexual assault if that perpetrator is somebody that they trust, that they know, that they love. Okay? So whatever the brain will focus on during trauma is what will help them survive. So you're going to focus on whatever you feel like is going to keep you safe. And that may be the fact that you just have to take yourself away. You can't get away. It's going to happen. So you look away and maybe you focus on a clock on the wall. Or you are on the floor and you're looking under the bed and there's a sock under the bed. So go back. So your memory is going to encode only those things that you focused on. So you're going to have fragmented memories of that situation. The memories that you're able to retrieve are going to be incomplete, they're going to be inconsistent, and they're going to be disorganized. The things that you are going to recall accurately is that fear onset, that moment when you knew something bad was going to happen. And then what the central details were, those things that you focused on. Maybe it was the clock on the wall. Maybe it was the sock on the floor. Those are the things that you're going to remember and you're going to be able to relate to law enforcement afterwards, okay? So we know that the survival reflexes are fight, flight, and freeze. The main one is freeze, and that's the one that the body is supposed to do so that you can take everything in real quickly, hoping that the big bad boogeyman won't see you if you're really, really still. The second one might be fight. Maybe you can fight this predator off long enough to get away. And then the other one is flight. You know, maybe you can run away. But if you think about way back, way back, we were meant to be prey. Human beings were not the biggest, baddest thing out there. You know, there were big, bad dinosaurs out there. And until we learned to use weapons, we just weren't up to the ability of taking on those big, bad creatures. So we kind of get tunnel vision and we revert back to those survival instincts, okay? So some of the common reactions to trauma are negative thoughts or feelings. So you're going to be focusing on blame, maybe loss of interest in any of your other activities. You're going to be feeling isolated, very disconnected from your surroundings. There's a loss of memory related to the trauma, which can be very confusing because, as you all know, if you don't know what happened to you, you assume the worst happened to you. Most of the time, it's better to know so that you don't make up worse things. You also might go through a state of hyperarousal where, you know, you feel really jumpy. If somebody came up and touched you on the shoulder, you jump out of your skin. You can have difficulty concentrating. They frequently will scan the environment, watching for reminders of that trauma. They sometimes will result in very risky or impulsive behaviors that can be self-destructive, okay? They'll re-experience the trauma through nightmares, flashbacks, distressing thoughts and feelings, and emotional distress after experiencing any type of trauma reminders. And they will try to avoid any type of trauma reminders, so they might use drugs or alcohol to dull those feelings and those thoughts. They're going to avoid any activities related to the trauma. Somebody who is attacked while they're out running is probably not going to continue to run alone if they run at all after that. They will avoid people, places, and things that are related to the trauma. You know, if it happened in a particular place, a park or something like that, they are not going to go there for a picnic. And they're going to suppress thoughts related to the trauma and probably use some avoidance when the trauma conversation comes up. Okay. So we provide trauma-informed cognitive behavioral counseling for our patients, and actually any patient who reports sexual trauma. And that's really important because it reduces the psychological toll of the sexual assault. We know that studies suggest that early psychological treatment can reduce substance use disorders, mood disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, and suicidal behaviors. Okay. So what is it like to go through this counseling and therapy? The overall goal is to help the survivor process their assault memories and emotions surrounding those memories. And the trauma-focused therapy usually begins with education, what responses and reactions are to be expected, and what they can expect will happen with them physically and psychologically after that assault. And then as the therapy sessions continue, they start with exposure therapy, where they're retelling and processing the memories. And then they gradually can move on to cognitive techniques that explore their beliefs about what the meaning is of the assault and the effects on them. So it kind of exposes them little by little until they become desensitized. Okay. So I went through that really quickly so that I could make sure that we had enough time. And I guess that was about right. There's a few minutes maybe for questions.
First of all, I want to thank you for what you do. It's amazing, you know, what nurses and how across the board that we are, and what you do is amazing. You know, and I forget about that sometimes, that when we get isolated in our own specialty. And so that's amazing. So kudos to you. My other comment is there, you know, our district, or just ASNA in general, but our district is always looking for some sort of community service. You know, we serve in the soup kitchen. Is there anything that we could do to help support what you guys do?
Absolutely. Our advocates are all volunteers. And if anyone would like to go through the advocacy training, we actually have a class next weekend. It's a 2-day class. And, you know, even if you can give, you know, 1 or 2 shifts a month, that would be so helpful. Nurses as advocates are amazing. We have to be very, very careful in because our SANEs have to be very separate from our advocates because of how we testify. The advocate has a specialized ability to keep confidences that the nurse does not. So if you're going into it just strictly as an advocate, you'll learn those things, but that would be an amazing thing.
Okay, thank you for that. And you said there's a class coming up next week, and how would we would go to the website, or
yeah, you could go to the website and leave an email and we will contact you. You can email me and I'll forward it on to our counselor who will be teaching the class.
Okay. And that would we could just Google SAFE website.
Yeah, TuscaloosaSafeCenter.com.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to know if you would be willing to speak at a different organization.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't catch that last part, but absolutely.
I'll contact you.
Is my email address in the chat?
is Jill, scroll to the very first chat. I added everyone's email in there, and you'll find it right there under Brenda Maddox. Do you see it? It'll be the first chat.
What are the hours for the class?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's probably gonna be like 8 to 5 on Saturday and 8 to 5 Sunday, with a little bit of online work. We also have an totally online class. So that is an option if, I mean, you know, next weekend is just right around the corner and most people have plans for the weekend. But we do have that ability also.
So that might be something, April, that you could do the online since you work weekends.
Mm.
And I really love your approach. At first I thought, what is she getting at here when you were saying don't drink and rape, you know? And I thought, okay, I totally appreciate that approach because, you know, you never thought about that because you're right. We just automatically say, keep yourself guarded, watch out, you know, don't do this. And it's like almost kind of stereotyping in a way. And I never thought about going the other way and don't rape, just don't rape.
You just don't do it, right? Because no matter what you do to protect yourself, if somebody is going to rape you, it's going to happen. You know, if they're determined, because it's all of the behaviors are on the perpetrator. Mm-hmm. There is nothing you can do to prevent it if that's what they're set on doing, you know.
And is there evidence that shows that type of an approach is working? Like, have you had any potential rapists say, okay, that helped me not rape, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you guys hit it on the head when you talked about early education. If we start with that in middle school and even younger, that, hey, it's not your right. Mm-hmm. The only time you touch another person's body is with their permission.
Yeah.
And you better know what their permission looks like. Because here in the South, we are, you know, I say we, I'm from California, I'm not from the South. But I do know the hospitality here. I mean, I have been well welcomed to the South. And it's very gentle. It's very, not in your face abrasive like in other parts of the country. Mm-hmm. And so instead of saying, hell no, you're not going to touch me, mm-hmm. we're more inclined here to say, I need to go home. Yeah. My mom's going to, you know, miss me, or I'm going to get in trouble, or you have a girlfriend, or I have a boyfriend. You're going to make an excuse and you're going to try not to hurt somebody's feelings. Hurt their feelings.
This is a very deep conversation, and it's very emotional. You know, and it's just amazing. I would love for us all to be involved to help with this program.
That would be fantastic. And it's nurses. It's all nurses. We are all nurses here. It's just amazing to me. I can remember in the 80s when I was in nursing school and I heard about forensic nursing and I thought, oh, I like that. And I was told it's never going to take off. It's never going to be a big thing unless you're living in New York City or, you know, San Francisco or one of those other places. You're never going to have the opportunity to do that type of work. And here I am. This is the second center that I've opened in Alabama. So it's here.
Amazing.
Yeah. And, you know, our SANEs are all part-time. They all have other jobs. So if you're interested in doing forensic nursing, just let me know.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? And again, just a reminder, you know, the emails are in that top, or you can always reach out to me, and I can get you in contact with our speakers today.
Well, thank you guys so much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to get our name out there, and to get our services, you know, out in the communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
guys.
you.
I appreciate everybody that attended, everyone that helped put this together, the questions that were asked, the comments that were made. This was just an amazing experience. I hope you all enjoyed it as well as I did. We had some great topics, great speakers, and I was very pleased with them. This is a big deal. So again, we had a lot more that registered that I didn't see on here. So hopefully they didn't have problems getting in. It is being recorded, so it may be something that we planned and we wanted for it to be able to be available for those that couldn't attend. And I'll have to follow up on that. But again, I do thank you all. And just reminder, those of you that weren't here in the very beginning, that you will get an email to do an evaluation. I think there was one other little document to fill out. Make sure you put your nursing license on there, because the lady that's handling this for us is going to submit that information to the board. So again, thank you guys. And then if there's any other questions or anything, let me know. And if you want a t-shirt, we've got a few left. And again, thank you for supporting and sponsoring our district and our nursing scholarship fund. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Good job, Jennifer. Good job.
Thank you.
Good, I enjoyed it.
Excellent. Absolutely.
Have a great day, ladies. Good seeing you again.
Bye-bye, Jill. See you.
Bye.
Bye, Kim.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, Marcia.